is 5:31 on Wednesday, April 29th. This special meeting of Montpelier City Council is called to order. Councilor Sheridan, can you hear us on Zoom?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're looking very sharp with your new haircut.
Thank you. We're twins now.
Yeah. All right, so there are three councilors and myself currently present. Councilor Gill and Councilor Cohn are intending to join us shortly. But we do have four, so there is a quorum. I have some opening remarks, but I'll save those until 6:30 when the public comes. The first item on the agenda, I believe, is to approve the agenda. Let me get my act together here. Where did we go? Thanks, Zoom. Okay. All right, I will also save the meeting logistics until everyone comes. So we will come back to item 2, I believe, but item 3 is to approve the agenda. Is there any objection or amendment to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is unanimously approved. We'll move on to general business and appearances. I'd remind everyone that this is a time for the public to speak on issues that are not on the agenda. There is a public comment section specifically on the homelessness actionable plan discussion, which is the main agenda item for tonight. So if you plan to speak on that, please hold your comments until that time. Is there anyone in the room or on Zoom who would like to speak on any other topic? Mr. Whitaker, welcome.
I'm not talking about the actionable plan because since Steve Whitaker, Montpelier, there is no actionable plan. There hasn't been for decades. In the 8 days leading up to this meeting, city officials took the following actions, none of which had any legal authority behind them. On April 21st, city staff erected barricades around the North Branch Knoll, posted no trespassing signs on public land, discharged a fire extinguisher on a grill where people were cooking their breakfast hamburgers and hot dogs. On April 24th or 25th, city officials went to Blanchard Park and told people they had to leave because it was city property. That was a lie. Blanchard Park is public land. The public has a right to be there. The officials who said otherwise were either ignorant of the law or deliberately deceiving people who had no way to know they were being deceived. On April 27th, the same day your mayor told the Times-Argus that brutal and inhumane enforcement is not a solution, city officials returned to Blanchard Park and demolished the encampment. Tents destroyed, personal property confiscated, belongings loaded into a truck removed. I've been informed by someone who reviewed photographs taken at the scene that city staff, including senior officials, participated in that action. I think you should ask your city manager who was present and on whose authority they were acting. This is a pattern. This is not an incident. Last fall, city officials demolished a camping. Actually, it was earlier than last fall, covered park. They sliced tents. They dumped everything in a truck and deposited it into the Christchurch parking lot. Medications, ID documents, everything a person owns. Let me be precise about the law. The city's encampment policy is not an ordinance. Under the city's own charter, any exercise of authority affecting citizens' rights requires a publicly noticed and passed ordinance by this council. No such ordinance exists. The no trespassing signs on public land are void. The displacement orders are void. The confiscation of property without legal authority violates the 4th and 14th Amendments. What has been happening is coercion under color of law, using the appearance of authority to take rights from people who don't know that they have them. 3 asks tonight: remove the barricades and the signs tonight. Acknowledge on the record that the city overstepped, and vote. Don't make it not as a legal admission, but as an acknowledgement to the public that you've been harming, that you made a mistake. Vote to authorize a managed camping framework and hygiene facilities and some management framework for that. There's more detail in another document. I'll close with something Kurt Vonnegut said, speaking on human dignity in 1980. Human dignity must be given by people to people. If I stand before you and you do not credit me with dignity, then I have none. This is what has been happening on our streets. The people whose possessions were loaded into a truck on Monday morning were standing before the city, and the city did not credit them with dignity. The law is on their side. The mayor's own words are on their side. It's time this council's conduct caught up with both. And I have a more full version that took more than 5 minutes that I'll put in the record. Has to be included in the minute.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak at this time? Let's see. I'm sorry, I don't have Zoom handy. Do you see hands up? No. All right. Okay. All right. Seeing none, then thank you again, Mr. Whitaker, for your comments. We're going to move on to the next item, which is to receive advice and guidance from our attorney. There has been a proposed executive session. If we were to enter executive session, it would require a two-part motion, and with only 4 of us present, I believe, in order to be as defensible as possible and as clear as possible until we get more definitive answers about whether we need 3 or 4 votes in these rare but recently frequent situations, we would need to be unanimous on that. So the advice of our attorneys is that we should enter executive session to hear the advice and counsel that they're going to give us. Manager Curry, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I think you've captured it.
Okay.
And we have the language prepared if anyone wishes to make that motion.
Does anyone wish to make that motion, or shall we hear counsel's advice outside of executive session? Counselor Brown.
I would love to know if we could possibly be unanimous in this vote, or if anybody, if they're willing to share, has already decided that they would vote against going into executive session, in which case we could save the discussion time.
Sure, that makes sense. Counselor Sheridan, would you like to say anything?
Sure. I don't see why we need to go into executive session. This isn't about money. This isn't about contracts. This isn't about being sued. This is just telling us what liabilities we may face in certain situations. I don't see why that can't be shared with the public. I know lawyers are my 14th year on the council, lawyers always say whenever they want to speak that we should go into executive session. And I don't think it's necessary. I mean, if they want to cover their butt on something and they don't want to say it except in executive session, why are they even saying it to us? So no, I'm not going to vote to go into executive session.
Okay. Manager Curry?
Yeah, I just would like to clarify, so everyone has the benefit of understanding that the advice of the attorneys was that what they would say publicly will not be as comprehensive as what they would share with counsel in confidential session with you all. And I just want you all to know that as you make this action.
So what I understand you to be saying is that we can receive advice from counsel outside of executive session, but it is likely to be less thorough and less comprehensive than what they would be willing to share with us in executive session.
That is what I understand.
So, Counselor Sheridan, does that change your thinking on any of this?
No, why don't you ask them why it can't be the same?
Sure, I believe they're here with us.
You can, so Phil Woodward is and Trevor Whipple are from our attorneys with our insurance coverage that we obtained through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
Would both of you just please say something so that the audio will cast your image up into the recent speakers, please?
Certainly, this is Philip Woodward, and I'm in-house counsel at the Vermont League for the Insurance Fund.
Great, thank you very much.
And Mayor, I'm Trevor. I'm not an attorney. I'm the law enforcement consultant at the Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
Great, thank you. Can you help us understand what the need to enter into executive session is?
I'll give that a go.
Thank you.
If we're not in executive session, there's certain things that I can discuss, things which are part of the public record. And I can say that, these considerations have been raised by so-and-so or by somebody else. What I am not at liberty to do when we're in public session is give you my analysis or say to you what my concerns would be along the following lines. That's not something that I can do in open session.
Why is that?
As a matter of legal practice, I give my clients my advice and analysis confidentially. That's inherent in the legal trade. If the client votes to make some part of that public, they can. But my advice needs to be provided confidentially, and then the city council can have a vote later if they want to make some part of it public. But the initial discussion, from my perspective, needs to be done confidentially, and whether or not the confidentiality of the legal discussion is waived is that's something for the city council as a whole, not any individual councilor, but for the city as a whole. Hope that makes sense.
Let me tell you a difference for us from you. We have a duty to be responsible to the people. You don't. And that's why you lawyers always want to talk in private. But, I do not see why you can't say anything on this in public because, like I said, it isn't about money. It isn't about contracts. It isn't about lawsuits. So I'm not going to vote that we go into executive session.
All right.
This is what you lawyers always do.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. I'm going to give my opinion on this, and then if we don't have 4 votes, then it's moot to continue to discuss, and we will then accept what limited counsel you can give us in public since we don't have the votes to move into executive session. My understanding is that until we hear the counsel that we're going to receive, it is impossible for us to know which parts of that may be sensitive or should remain confidential. It is completely within our rights after we have heard all of it to be as transparent as we may be or as we think prudent and have those things repeated to the public, which I would be very much in favor of. But until we have actually heard the advice, we don't have any idea of which parts of that we would need to keep confidential. And once that is out of the bottle, it cannot be put back in. So having said that, I don't think we have the votes to go into executive session. So Messrs. Woodward and Whipple, are you comfortable or prepared to give us what counsel you may give outside of executive session?
So maybe I'll try to go first, and then I'll let Chief Whipple take a stab at it. How's that?
Thank you very much.
So the homeless encampment legal terrain changed significantly a year or so ago with the Supreme Court's decision in Grants Pass. And that did take that did provide greater ability for municipalities to act in this area. In dissent, Justice Sotomayor laid out various theories that could still be utilized by people, who might want to bring lawsuits or feel aggrieved, including whether or not there's applicability of the Americans with Disability Act, various due process concerns, so-called state-created danger theories. It's not in there, but I've also heard various advocates talk about potential employment of fair housing standards. Here in Vermont, we don't have, to my knowledge, a municipality that has a designated encampment location. So you would be entering into uncharted territory to start assessing the potential legal risks, potential lawsuits, potential exposures, what it could mean to the city financially. That's all uncharted territory, and that's not something that I'm prepared to go into in public session.
Thank you.
So it's if I were to give you a takeaway as a matter of legal advice, and obviously it's up to the city council and I defer, but if you're thinking about changing your present approach and policies and perhaps going towards something that has a designated location, my suggestion would be that before actually doing that, you ask, for example, your city manager to put together a team to work with various advocacy groups to and get their input on what this might look like, what concerns they would have, how that could be addressed. That would be comparable to what the state did when it was putting together the statewide use of force policy, where there were drafts and the ACLU and other advocacy groups were asked to comment on it. It didn't prevent those advocacy groups from bringing suit later when something happened and they didn't like the policy, but at least it provided inclusion in the drafting while it was being considered. So I would throw that out there as a thought on a way to potentially reduce some of the legal risk if this is a route you would like to consider. And so with that, I'll actually turn it over to Chief Whipple.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my guidance comes from some level of practitioner experience and also some level of routine and regular engagement with the law enforcement leaders in Vermont. For background, for those that don't know me, I served as the chief in your almost neighboring city over at the city of Barrie. I was an officer there for over 23 years, left in 06, and then I was the chief of police in the city of South Burlington for 12 years after that. I'm now employed here at Vermont League of Cities and Towns. I think that in my travels around the state and discussion with police chiefs in Vermont, I don't know of any municipality that has yet taken this step to designate an area. There are municipalities that have chosen to not enforce or not disrupt people who camp in certain areas, just kind of let free will take its course. They have engaged with people that have become problematic in sensitive areas where situations have become untenable to community members that they also share those areas. But I don't know of any municipality in Vermont that has designated an area. Like Phil, I would simply suggest that if the city of Montpelier were to consider doing that, that you do it with certainly a well thought out plan, certainly a vision on what services might be needed, how those might be provided or guided to that area. I do know from the encampments we dealt with when I was the chief in South Burlington that many times there was a lot of safety issues, a lot of social issues in those encampments where folks needed assistance and needed assistance with living together, with safety issues. I know that sometimes crime became an issue, so would certainly want a well thought out plan, a lot of engagement from your police department with, what might the service needs be and how might they provide them. And would be, happy to work on collecting information if that would help. Should council decide to be kind of the first known in the state to designate a specific area.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from councilors? Councilor Brown.
Jim first.
Oh, Councilor Sheridan, your hand was up first.
First of all, thank you, Trevor. I would suspect that you are not under the same limitations as a lawyer.
I think I don't have the same to offer. I don't give legal advice. If you took legal advice from me, it would be very ill-advised. I'm not an attorney.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you said that some communities just don't go in and remove the campings at certain sites. So that's all I really needed to hear. I don't know why, it couldn't have been just said like that in the first place. If we don't go in, there's still, there's going to be problems possibly no matter how we deal with this and no matter what legal advice we get, because there's too many variables and too many unknowns. So I do appreciate the fact that you said what you said. Thank you.
Well, and I absolutely agree. Sorry, I was going to say, excuse me, Mayor. I absolutely agree, Councilor, that this is a difficult situation with many individuals in communities that are really struggling, and I respect the council for dealing with this very difficult area.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you so much. I have a number of questions. You may or may not be able to answer them, but my first one is, Chief Whipple, when you said that there was no other municipality that had designated an area for camping like this, I'm remembering that I think it was maybe last spring or last winter, there was a point where Burlington briefly said this area is okay for overnight parking, kind of letting people sleep in their cars overnight. And so I'm wondering if how that is different from saying this area is okay for you to put your tents up, or if you know anything about that.
I don't know anything about that, and I should maybe correct, but I also know that at some period of time, the city of Burlington allowed the use of the campground at North Beach, but then they discontinued that. So I'm not familiar with how those situations played out, nor how they came to pass, or how they came to no longer exist. I don't believe they still exist.
I think that's true. Yeah, I don't know the story. So my next question is more of a legal one, and I'm thinking about the this past winter we allowed cold weather shelter in the basement of City Hall, and there was a nonprofit organization that took responsibility for running that. They provided the services. They did everything. All we did was say you can use this space, as well as get it ready for them. But I'm wondering if there could be a similar kind of approach taken to an outdoor area where instead of, it's where it would be outside instead of inside. If there were a nonprofit, if there were another group that said, we're going to take responsibility for making the rules about who gets to be here, for supervision, for connecting folks with resources, all that kind of stuff, but it's going to be in this spot. Maybe it's, one corner of one park that the city has designated. Are those comparable at all? And also, if we were to continue using the City Hall basement in that way, are there other legal issues or liability issues that we haven't thought of that maybe we should have?
So the City Hall basement is something which, unfortunately, I don't know enough about to be able to offer you any guidance on whether there's issues there or not. So I'm going to have to take a pass there. The idea of having a private nonprofit involved is an interesting idea. Whether or not others have tried that and what the track record looks like, that's probably something where someone would need to do some research out on the West Coast. Most of the law in this area is from the Ninth Circuit, the West Coast.
And can I ask another
Jessica,
question?
go ahead, please.
You may not be able to answer this, but I'm wondering about if you have any familiarity with our ordinances and if our liability considerations relate to the exact wording of our ordinances in any way, and what advice you have about that.
So the ordinance itself, yes, I'm familiar with it. I'm not offering any legal guidance on that. I believe that folks from the city have already worked with attorneys from the Municipal Assistance Center, which is at the Vermont League, on that. So I don't want to step into that area. But yes, I'm familiar with the ordinance.
Well, I think you're probably referring to our encampment policy that has been the subject of a lot of discussion, but that's a policy, it's not an ordinance. And I wonder about what our ordinances say about camping on private property versus public property, that kind of thing. And how our policy creation process relates to what's in our ordinances and how we can make sure that we're, doing everything correctly.
Okay. Thank you. That is a question probably better directed to the attorneys at the Municipal Assistance Center. I believe that Kelly's been in touch with Susan Senning about that. And those sorts of policy questions are more in their domain than mine.
Thank you.
Councilor Curry, I'm sorry, Manager Curry, please go ahead.
Thank you. They were not available to give us the advice on the policy and the timeline that we had requested for this because of their own workload. I did forward it to Mike Tarrant, who got back to me this afternoon at about 4:45. So I can forward that to you. And in summary, his conclusion was, that our policy on the books is defensible legally and constitutionally, and there would be some additional options around enforcing the encampment policy if the city wished to. And so I'll just leave it there because I think we're bookending the conversation between if you wanted to, take a stronger stand on encampments, you could. If you wanted to designate a location, that's the conversation that you're having right now.
Councilor Alfano.
So if there is no precedent, other than perhaps the one that Carrie mentioned, for a designated area, is there a minimum set of regulations that exist for what the city would be required to provide? I mean, I'm thinking certainly, safety and sanitation, but there's a severe fire warning out right now. So how would we, what responsibility would the city have, for example, to ensure that campfires were not set and, that sort of thing? How would, if those regulations don't exist, how would they develop? What would guide the cities, what would guide the city when we were setting up such an area?
So is that a question directed to me initially? And if so, I'm probably going to have to punt for the reason I just punted. And for background, when I was asked to become involved, it was ironically, Councilor Sheridan, it was for the legal risk and potential litigation considerations, as versus the policy drafting. And the policy drafting and where to look for exemplars and what's worked elsewhere and so forth is probably something better directed to Attorney Tarrant and the Municipal Assistance Center versus me. So with apologies, my role may not correspond to your question.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the complication of having multiple attorneys for a variety of services to the city.
Any other questions from counselors or the manager? Any other questions for us, Mr. Woodward or Mr. Whipple? If I could summarize what I think the main takeaway is that if the city were to entertain the idea of designating an encampment area, one, we would be the first in Vermont to do it, and there is no legal precedent for us to base our expectations on. Two, there is no clear guidance on what services would be required for such a thing. And if we were to do it, it would be prudent for us to do it methodically and carefully to understand, in consultation with partners and law enforcement, to have a well thought out plan before proceeding with making such a decision. Am I understanding that correctly?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. Counselor Sheridan, go ahead.
The previous Kelly actually asked that question of a lawyer in consultation with just her and said that we do not have to provide anything.
Okay, that's another piece of information for us to put into our conversation
I
later.
mean, I'm going to say one other thing. You don't have to be a lawyer to figure anything you try to do on this may result in some legal problem. So probably if you don't want any legal problems, then don't do anything.
Very wise. That sounds correct. All right, if there are no other questions, then we will move on from this agenda item. And before we move on into the honestly, we expected this part to take a little bit more time. I would like to give Councilors Gill and Councilors Cone a moment to arrive and be debriefed on what we've done so far. So if there is no objection, we're going to take a break at this point. All right. Manager Curry?
I would suggest you reconvene around 6:25 at the latest to
That
get
sounds good.
organized before starting again at 6:30.
We reserve the right to come back before then, but barring any further developments, we are on break until 6:25. It is 6:31 on Wednesday, April 29th. This special meeting of Montpelier City Council is being called back in order from break. We're returning from break. I'd like to give us all just a moment to fully enter back into the room. I've been made fun of directly to my face for offering poems to start the meetings, but I'm still going to do it. So if we could come to order. If you'd like to join me, I'm going to put both of my feet flat on the ground. I'm going to take a few breaths, and then I'm going to read some things. I was going to begin with some words from Baldwin and Voltaire, and they all seemed pretty good. And at the end, I was inspired by a conversation I had with Ken Russell, who's the executive director of Another Way. And he said what they're really trying to do over there is to just be good neighbors. And so that led me to someone I think we all admire and idolize. Fred Rogers once said, all we're ever asked to do in life is to treat our neighbor, especially our neighbor who is in need, exactly as we would hope to be treated ourselves. Being a good neighbor is something that each one of us in here can choose. It does not require policy. It does not require a budget. It does not require a vote. It is within our individual control right now in this room and on our streets. But Rogers also understood that neighboring is not one-sided. And he said, all of us at some time or other need help. In our own way, each one of us is a giver and a receiver. A giver and a receiver. And that balance really matters, because being a good neighbor does not mean surrendering your right to feel safe in your home or on your sidewalk or in your parks. It does not mean accepting disorder as the price of compassion. We can hold both of those things, care for those in need and have a clear expectation that our shared spaces are places where everyone can live with dignity. Those two things are not in conflict. In fact, those two things require each other. And that brings us to the hardest part, because none of this works if only some of us do it. As Rogers puts it, it is easy to say, it's not my child, it's not my community, not my world, not my problem. And then there are those who see the need and respond. And I consider those people my heroes. And so tonight, we all have a chance to be those people individually and together here in this room. Before we dig into the work, I want to name a few things. First, the nature of this conversation. We're about to engage in work that is challenging. These are not easy issues, and there are no easy answers. I ask that we all please presume good intent from everyone in this room. Everyone is here today with a desire to do good for our community, whatever that means to us individually. Points of view are going to range wildly and widely, and that range is not a problem. Again, it is the point. Every perspective here is valid, and every perspective is worth hearing. I'd also like to point out that we understand homelessness. Most of us in this room are familiar with the underlying causes already: the shortage of affordable housing, gaps in mental health care, substance abuse disorder, trauma, domestic violence, economic instability, the list goes on. Honestly, if there were one reason for all of this, we could attack that reason together and we would come up with a solution in short order, but there's not one reason. These are real problems, they're structural, they're deeply human forces. And we really don't need to relitigate every bit of that tonight. That work has been done many times over the past years by many convenings of many partners. What we need to do tonight is act. And so while every voice deserves to be heard and will be heard during public comment, our charge tonight is narrow, and it is for council to focus this conversation on what action we can take now in this moment. We'll come back to that in just a minute. I also want to acknowledge something that's shifted beneath all of us. I'm going to try not to talk too long, but I have a little bit more to say. The state and federal governments are moving away from their traditional roles in addressing homelessness and public safety. And that is not a small thing, but it places more weight on municipalities, on cities like Montpelier, and the community partnerships that surround us. It means that the margin for inaction at the local level is shrinking. Which brings me to our partners. There are many, and we know that some of you who do this work, who have been doing this work long before tonight and will be doing this work long after, were not specifically invited to present to council this evening. And I want to speak to those people very clearly. This is not a reflection of the value of your work or your perspective. The council's charge for tonight is narrow, focused on action that directly involves or partners with city services and city resources. And that scope was intentional and not dismissive. So the longer work, the sustained systemic relational work that actually moves the needle on these issues cannot happen without you. And we know that. And tonight is one meeting. The partnership is ongoing, and we will be relying on those partnerships as we continue to convene the work. All right. Starting to lose the room, so let me wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Your public comment will be, for those partners that were not specifically invited, we may still ask questions of you. And for all community members, public comment is your time. And we look forward to hearing from you. And so now let's get to the work. As I said, our focus tonight will be narrowly focused on the actions that council can take at this time. And to carve that out for us a little bit, I'm going to turn things over to Manager Curry.
Thank you. And I would note there is a sign up for public comment on this yellow pad here up at the front. We have some folks in the room who have started that, but if you wish to get to public, when we get to public comment, please go ahead and add your name to that. And I am going to share my screen. Okay, thank you, Mark, for the nice job. It will help me skip over some of these slides, I think, at the beginning, because you framed up our conversation so nicely today. And, you know, honestly, as the new city manager for Montpelier, I have been in this discussion probably for the least amount of time of anyone in this room. And so I have really benefited from all the outreach over the last week from everyone here and additional details and information provided to me to try and help compose a productive conversation. If I've gotten anything wrong, I am super open to correction, and it's with no malintent for that. So thank you for helping me with my ongoing learning in this conversation. So Mark did a really good job, I think, of teeing this up. I'll run through really these very quickly. I will present 4 dimensions of influence that the City Council can take action within. We will review and hear from some of our partners and identify ways to strengthen some collaborations in the short term and long term, identify opportunities for action. We will then hear from the public during public comment and hopefully walk away with some direction from council on prioritized policy and actions. This, I will come back to this slide. This is kind of the order of events here that we, the mayor has and I have put together to organize this conversation. You'll hear a little bit of some framing around this discussion from me. We'll hear a report out from the city's homelessness committee, of which we have 2 counselors who serve on that, Counselor Jim Sheridan and Carrie Brown. We'll hear a report out from the situation table, a recap from Montpelier Cold about the activity of the winter shelter that was hosted at City Hall. We'll hear from Washington County Mental Health, which is one of our critical crisis response providers, and Good Samaritan Haven, who we directly partner with and provide street outreach here in the community. I'll review the encampment policy and how that has been working on the ground. We'll hear from the Washington County State's Attorney. Thank you for being here. Then we'll open it up for city council discussion, public comment, and come back. So the 4 dimensions of influence that the council can take, they have powers to allocate resources. You all have powers to allocate resources, staff, space, and money. You have powers to authorize permissions on public lands or within city spaces, or to enact policies for the public. You have powers to convene, where you bring together different stakeholders around this topic, or service providers or other policymakers in this space, and to advocate for change in the larger, broader system. You have had some success along these dimensions, allocating space, staff, and money. So you allocated money and space for opening the shelter at City Hall. You have allocated money for cleaning up encampments around the city. You have purchased a storage pod where belongings that have been gathered from encampments are stored for retrieval for the owners. And you have paid for portalettes around the city to allow public access to some restroom space. There is a correction in these numbers from what was published in the packet, because it was brought to my attention that Montpelier Cold's winter emergency shelter had provided a $15,000 grant to cover costs for opening the shelter in City Hall this winter. And so in fiscal year 25, the city spent $10,000 on support to homelessness services. In fiscal year 26, which is the year that we are in, you allocated $50,000 in this budget and spent close to $10,000. So you have a remaining $40,000 that have been allocated. And then in the forthcoming year that starts on July 1st, you have budgeted an additional $10,000. Authorizations, this could be more expansive, but again, we're gathering information here. You authorize the emergency winter shelter, and you have adopted the encampment policy. Convening, you've established this homelessness committee, which grew out of the homelessness task force. We have staff that are serving on the situation table, which we will hear about. And we organize stakeholder meetings and participate in stakeholder meetings at the city, which again includes policymakers, providers, and advocates. And then finally, this is a legislative priority list that the City of Montpelier participated in collaboration with other city managers to put together. The items of that policy list were included in the packet, and this was adopted by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns board as some of their legislative priorities for advocacy in this legislative session. As you know, there's been a gap in leadership, and so the city has not been very active at the legislature on these elements this year. And many of them are likely to carry over into future legislative sessions with future opportunity as well. This is a list that I produced along these 4 dimensions of allocating, authorizing, convening, and advocating that draw on prior work that you all have done or conversations that you have had in recent months about ways of actions that you could consider. Some of these come from the facilitated workshop that the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission did with a number of communities, including this council last fall. It includes the Parker Advisors Report's recommendations that you all procured, I think 2 years ago now. And again, some from recent conversations that we've had at this board, or have heard from individual counselors who have been interested in pursuing or considering such of these ideas. Mark will help lead later on in this meeting, focused discussion about these or any other ideas that you do not see up there to determine if there is direction by the body to explore, pursue, investigate, or direct any of these or other actions that you might want to add to the list. And so we'll start bringing up our presenters to hear from. Again, we're kind of starting, I think, with the flow of some actions you have taken and to assess their success with those, hearing from our close partners, and then moving into maybe some of the more challenging areas of this conversation.
Would now be a good time to recap for the folks who weren't here, what we heard from our attorneys.
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
So we started this meeting at 5:30. It was noticed for the purposes of going into a confidential legal executive session with attorneys who advise the city. The board decided to not have that conversation in confidence. They had it publicly. The attorneys did say that limited the advice that they could give counsel. But I wanted to report out on that because we had 2 counselors who couldn't make it quite at that time, and just for the benefit of the public, what we had heard. The attorney really pointed to, rulings that have at the Supreme Court that have affected how municipalities think about this topic, particularly the grants pass ruling. They identified that no locality in Vermont has designated an area for a consistent period of time for a camping location, and that if the city of Montpelier wished to do so, that they advised this city council to direct the city manager and staff to put together a group of advocates, service providers, public safety on appropriate criteria for designating such a location. Was their advice. Let's see. We had a variety of questions about safe parking spaces, whether partnering with a service provider similarly to the way that the city did for use of the city hall space would be appropriate, and requested if there was a minimum set of standards that the city could rely on. Now, we didn't get totally clear answers on those questions, I think, because this was legal advice not happening in a confidential session. But those were sort of the parameters that the attorneys advised on. And, I think Jim Sheridan wisely said that no matter what a city does, it could get sued for it anyway. And so, I'm paraphrasing a little, Jim, so you can clarify me. And we should choose what we want to do, acknowledging that that's always a possibility. So I'll stop there and just see if there's any further clarification on the legal aspects from the counselors who could not be here, or if I missed anything from those who were.
Sounds like you're up to that.
Thank you. Okay, so if I can, I'd like to turn it over to Councilors Sheridan and Brown to report out on the homelessness committee and, priorities for areas for action.
Would you like to go first, Carrie?
Go ahead, Jim. You were sharing the last meeting.
Okay, obviously, we tried to have a meeting yesterday with the homeless committee. And all of a sudden, we got yanked off the air and was told that the host was shutting down the meeting. We probably were no more than 10 minutes or so into it. And we only could hear, there was only one person from the committee there. So I said, we cannot vote on anything. We cannot make any motion. So I was just going to have everybody who was there speak. Peter Kalman was the first one to speak and talked about, the Parker report and what has happened in the past. And then I invited the one person who was a member of the committee to speak, Dawn Little. And she never got to finish really what she wanted to say when all of a sudden everything was shut off and I couldn't figure out how to turn it back on. I kept trying to go back in, but nothing worked. And so finally I just called or emailed people and said the meeting is canceled. But we did get one suggestion that I thought was a good one of maybe placing picnic tables or seating areas in areas that are not in where the public is generally going to go, where homeless people might sit and be able to, sit and talk to other ones without having to sit on the ground. And, that those spots would have to be figured out where there is not a lot of traffic so that at least there can be spaces where they can sit. I don't know if I'm going to say kind of what the other point was where can people camp, because now that's going to have to be a whole different discussion. Because now we learned that it's never been designated any spot anywhere. So we're going to have to walk very carefully in that. But generally, overall, we have not been able to produce a lot with this committee because for a long time we never had a quorum. And it is only recently that when we got the number reduced from 9 to 7, have we been able to have a quorum, but we haven't been really able to come up with anything yet. So there's really not a whole lot to report about this because we just couldn't have that meeting yesterday. It was unfortunate, but these things happen.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. It was unfortunate. It was a technical issue with Zoom that prevented that from happening. It's just horrible timing. Councilor Brown.
Yeah, thank you. So as Councilor Sheridan said, the homelessness committee doesn't have any kind of official recommendation for tonight, but as having attended many of the meetings, I would personally characterize many of the discussions as being focused on, are there ways that we can be meeting the needs of people who are unhoused in ways that are compatible with the rest of the community? And so like the idea about picnic tables, or is there a place where people can camp and things like that, they're really very focused on trying to find those kinds of solutions that are collaborative and trying to meet everybody's needs. And there will be individual members of the committee who may want to speak during public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you both, and thank you to everybody on the committee for all of your work. Measure Curry, do you want to keep doing this?
Yeah, we can. Thank you. I'm just making sure I collect notes. Sure. I would like to invite Lieutenant Jake Larrabee up if you're ready, Jake, to present on the situation table, what it does, because this is something I think that council has not heard a report out on yet. And I think Evelyn is going to put up a presentation that Jake has prepared. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm going to try not to read too much, but I am a little bit. So good evening. My name is Jake Larrabee. I'm a lieutenant AMT with the Montpelier Fire Department. Been there for 24 years. Thanks for including me in tonight's meeting. My primary role is obviously responding to fire and emergency medical service calls. Tonight, I am here as the co-chair of the Central Vermont Situation Table. I attended the Situation Table training last year in Barrie, and because of my willingness to volunteer during the training, I came out of that designated as the co-chair. It's been a great opportunity, and including fire and EMS at the table has been very valuable, and has been used in other communities as an example of collaboration, and for all the partners needed for success. I have to thank Chief Libby for supporting me in my involvement and the mentorship that I've received from everyone through the Situation Table International and Cordata Health. And I think it's important to note that, through this, I meet every 3 months with the Situation Table International. I've been to a couple of regional events. While we are unique, what I'm seeing nothing that's happening here is unique, and it's communities everywhere are challenged with the same hurdles. Our first table meeting was in October, and we have continued to host meetings every Wednesday with an average of about 40 service providers attending the meetings. Tess Taylor, who is the homeless liaison for the city of Barrie, is the chair of the table. And thanks to Tess, because she really does the bulk of the work for site planning and sending out invitation reminders. Fortunately, we have through Cordata Healthcare Innovations, they record all of our meeting data. So I was able to kind of pull some of those slides to present and show you kind of where we're at. With this data software, we're tracking all of our situations, breaking them down into several categories. We can see the number of individuals and families in real time. We can see the correlation between the various risk categories, identify the top areas of risk in our area, which then helps the individual service providers kind of prioritize areas to focus on. So kind of a quick brief, go back up one, if you would, one. Awesome. So the Situation Table, it's a collaborative multi-agency working group, includes police, fire, EMS, health and social services. We meet weekly, to identify families or individuals facing, and the acronym we use is the acutely elevated risk of harm, crime, or crisis. Table provides rapid targeted intervention to connect those people with the services before incidents escalate. That's the overarching goal. It's currently over 50 different service agencies that meet at the Central Vermont Table. So that, as you saw, it's comprised of Montpelier, Barrie, and Berlin. And because of our recently the relationship that Deputy Chief Moulton brought with Northfield, we've even brought some Northfield situations to our table. Other tables operating in Vermont currently: Springfield, Brattleboro, Burlington, St. Johnsbury, Bennington, and Rutland. And we started in October of 25. Okay, now the next slide is just, it's going to be a bunch of nonsense for you all, but it just kind of shows we follow the 4-filter process. So filter 1 is somebody wants to refer someone to the Situation Table. Filter 2 is we're identifying what are their risks, what are the factors that they're struggling with, and then everyone at the table decides if they're meeting an acutely elevated risk. And if they are and they're adopted to the table with written or verbal consent from the individual, there's limited characteristics or limited information shared, because, like I said, we have over 50 service providers, and a lot of times many of the people at the table are already working with these individuals, but it's sometimes just connecting them together. And then the filter 4 is developing a team. So it's naming those people that then meet within 48 hours after our meeting to start working together and get the services wrapped around toward the individuals. So now we have some of the data that Cordata provides. So we've had a total of, I can't even read, 39 situations since October, which we've served 53 people. with a 75% reduction in that acutely elevated risk. 27 people. Average, the timeline, the days there are a little long. We're kind of one thing we're trying to work on. The reason they're so long, I mean, you can see the duration for the case being open is a little over 26 days and 25 days to contact. And that's a lot of times folks are very difficult to contact. You don't have the same place to be located every day or a phone. So that's one area we're trying to figure out that we can make things happen a little bit quicker. Under the individual situations, and I can't read the numbers from here, but you can see the percentage in the green in the middle slide for the type. Those are individuals, and the yellow is for families. And then I believe that first one is consent, and it shows again in the green the majority of folks have given written consent. And then yellow is the verbal consent, and blue is when we haven't had consent at all, which is very limited for what we can do. Next. Some of these are a little repetitive, just the way I'm snipping them from the website to add them, so I apologize for that. We're identifying what our top risk areas are. And again,
I can read it for you. Mental health, housing, basic needs, poverty, and physical health.
So not surprising. And it's also kind of important to note that many of the risk factors are an individual or family includes many risk factors the same. We don't pick just one. It's all usually the highest priority is listed first, but they are attributed to each category. Next. Again, this is just showing our number of cases that are individuals versus families, and then the months that we're seeing and the number of cases that we're seeing brought forward. So, January and February, I think there was, because of extra shelters being open, it was, and a lot of day programs, it kind of slowed things down a little bit. And you can see it starting to pick up again. So, and this again shows with 36, I think that's 36 that have been closed, and 3 that remain open. The goal is to get them closed within 2 weeks. Obviously, with that timeline I was showing, that sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Sometimes if they're remaining open, I know we had a meeting today and 2 remained open because the service provider who was involved in that just wasn't there to be able to provide an update for us. Next. And then tracking the reasons why they were closed. So the overall accelerated risk was lowered in, I can't see that number, how many of them, but 27%. It was lowered. 6%?
6% still AER decline services.
Yep. So 6% of the folks have said, we don't want your help. And we just deemed that the risk level wasn't lowered. And then that 1% that is still there and they just haven't been connected yet. Next. This one just shows the originating agencies, shows who's bringing the situations to the table. I believe Good Sam and Capstone are up there at the top. I believe then Fire,
Montpelier Police and Fire.
Montpelier Police and Fire were right there, and it kind of trickles down. And then the lead agency, that's that filter 4, and you'll see that police and fire department are usually not involved in the filter 4. That's where the service providers really step in, but they're just tracking to see who's involved the most. Next. And this is again back to the risk types and the risk factor percentages involved in all the cases. And it's fine if Evelyn wants to share this to the website so people can actually look at the numbers more closely. And if they have questions, reach out to me. But I think this is what Kelly had identified before. It's just breaking those numbers down even further. And then every couple of months, Cordata Health decides to do like a special study. And this last quarter, they were tracking intimate partner violence. So in 34 situations, there was not. And in one situation, we did have intimate partner violence. And that, I don't know how they choose what they're going to track, but it's just a random additive. And then also in that was children in the home. So 29 situations did not have children, and then 7 had children present. And this is just kind of a quick glance at, and some of these are repetitive, but because there's no easy way to pull the different service organizations that are attending the table. And we tell everybody that is attending there, if you know someone who you think should be here, please invite them. Or as we're going through, if we think of another agency, we invite them ourselves. But there's a good representation. Like I said, we have about over 50 different services on our attendees list. So there's a lot of people encompassing. The last couple of things I want to say, I just want to encourage our community. The situation table can be used for all of our residents. The bulk of our work this far has obviously been for our unhoused population, but the table can be beneficial to anyone who may be slipping through the cracks. Perhaps you have an elderly neighbor who you believe is encountering some food insecurity, or maybe there's some mental health challenges arising. You can reach out to me. And I will make contact with them and see if it's the situation table can help them out as well. So you can email me at the fire department or call me there. And then lastly, just want to say, well, the fire department's participation in the situation table is something I would file under a collateral duty. Along with law enforcement, where the boots on the ground, have the regular contact, often with those that need the most help. So again, I thank the city and Chief Libby for supporting my involvement. And our participation is not only providing Montpelier with a voice there, but helping to better some of our residents' lives, which in turn is only going to make our community better. And if I had one success story that I was going to share, it was pretty impactful. On a Monday in January, during one of our cold snaps, I encountered an unhoused resident, inebriated and unresponsive. They were partially in a snowbank, laying in an icy spot on the concrete. Parts of their clothing were already frozen to the ground. They clearly had the beginning stages of frostbite starting, completely unaware of the severity of their situation. And they refused all medical care. They were not a candidate for one of the shelters because they were either over their legal limit of alcohol, and they had also been kicked out of others due to prior behavior. They did, however, consent to being brought to the next situation table, but that was in 2 days. It didn't really help us in that cold stretch. Thanks to some collaboration with the police department, the patient was brought to a safe place to detox, and they did not freeze that night or the next night. On Wednesday, I presented them at the situation table where there was name recognition and a provider who was aware that the individual had a housing voucher that had not been used. There was a representative from the Speranza Inn who stated they had a room that would be available that afternoon. The street outreach worker from the Good Sam left the meeting, located the individual, and provided them with a ride to Speranza. They lived there successfully without regular criminal involvement, without public disturbances or near-death experiences into the beginning of this month when that voucher ended. I have no doubt that had that collaboration and the open doors not worked out, that person likely would have become a winter fatality. There was another one that same night in the neighboring community. Sadly, without the stability of housing, this person is back on our streets, has been a regular user of our services, public disturbances, and criminal involvement. I expect that they'll be back at the table this week. I wrote this the other day, and they were today. And again, we're working to get them connected. So that was an impactful success story that I think demonstrates that our involvement in using this tool is helpful.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, are there questions from council? Councilor Gill.
So it was hard to see on that. Well, first of all, thank you for this. I'm glad that Montpelier is participating in the situation table. I think it's a good program and one that's holistic, title challenge. So is the MRPS schools part of the table? I didn't see them on the list.
We have not had anyone from the Montpelier School District.
Okay.
Berry School District, Northfield School District has been involved in and have brought cases or
Okay.
situations.
So you might want to reach out to Nick Connor, the one that's in charge of all the data and title.
Yep.
But that would be nice to have, because that's good to have them on there. Okay, that's all I have for now, but thank you. And if you need any assistance with that, I can.
I know that the other school partners, I know we asked them
Okay.
to reach out and communicate. I don't know
Okay.
where that's gone. The school, what I found is that the school representation really is only there if they have situations in the school that are that they need at that time, and they're not.
All the time.
Yes,
Yeah. That
which makes sense.
That makes sense. Well, thanks.
Councilor Cohen.
Thank you. I also want to thank for this presentation. Is there any limitation who can be on the situation table as a member? We talk about most like nonprofit schools, public safety, but most of the downtown businesses, not in the Montpelier, but around this area, they might be willing to be part of the discussion. Is there any limitation so they can come in? Because they are sometimes getting affected more than like a regular resident. That's why I was.
So as far as who can like come to the table as a representative or like sit alongside us, anybody. So there was the training, the full training, but we can between Tess and I, we can train anybody. And then there is an NDA form that has to be signed. So anybody that feels that they have a service that they'd like to provide can again reach out to me, and I'd be happy to get them involved.
Yeah, thank you.
Other counselors? I have a couple questions. When you said that the AER, elevated risk for harm, crime, or something else, and this is to the individual themselves, or a risk that they pose to others, or both?
Yes,
Yes, of all the above.
both,
Okay, great.
all of the above.
And did I understand you correctly that you were saying during January and February, there's a drop in cases, and the belief is that that correlates to more shelters and more day programs being available at that time?
That's what the discussion at our table and in discussing with some of the other situation tables in Vermont, they saw a similar trend, and that was spitballing ideas. That was the one kind of commonality that we were able to see.
Okay. Yeah. So not definitively because of that, but not cold weather or because of vouchers, but there seems to be a strong correlation there. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, and I think we've probably seen in the last week or so with warmer weather, right? There's a lot more people out. There's a lot more activity. There's a lot more behavior. And I think, when it was really cold, there wasn't a lot of that. So that was our lucky guess. Or
Thank you very much for answering the questions, for the presentation, and for your continued work on behalf of the people of Montpelier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager Curry.
Yeah, so I'd like to invite Beth Ann Meyer from Montpelier Cold to come up if she's here. Hi. Me too.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for listening. I'm going to try to be somewhat brief. It's hard to be brief. So I'm Beth Ann Mayer. I am the chair of the Montpelier Emergency Cold Weather Shelter. I'm also a deacon at Christ Episcopal Church. And the cold weather shelter opened when the actual or wind chill temperature was forecast to be below 10 degrees for more than 4 hours overnight. That was our criteria. And based on that, that occurred 44 times from December 7th to March 17th. The City Hall space was used for 27 of those nights beginning on January 15th. Prior to that, we had been using the Unitarian Church space. We supplied a total of 346 bed nights for the coldest nights of the season, and that's the number of times we had a person sleeping in a bed. We served 72 distinct individuals over the course of the season. We filled most of our shifts with 54 individual volunteers. And in the latter half of the season, we offered a stipend for some of the middle of the night shifts. So what worked? The space was nice and warm. And the bathroom offered ample hot water and privacy. So those are not small things. Those were big things. There was a good continuity so that people could transition to the warming spaces in the morning. We were very grateful for Mark Gwynn and the team he assembled to offer some continued space on 2 extremely cold Sunday mornings when churches were doing church. Coordination and communication with Chris Lumba was also excellent. What didn't work? The space is permitted for 15 individuals. Shelters have crises, and the lack of an emergency exit was probably the most serious deficiency of the space. There's only one door into that space and only one door out. For our highest occupancy nights, which we had 11 sleepers, we never got up to 15. I don't know that we could do 15 down there. So our highest nights were 11, and the space was extremely cramped at 11. The space for staff is about the size of a closet. You sit shoulder to shoulder in there. The only door to the outside opens right into the sleeping space with a cold draft and lights from outside every time the door opens, waking everyone in the space. But still, it was much preferable to the alternative. Beds were occupied 160 times down in City Hall basement on the coldest nights of the winter, and that's potentially 160 lives that were saved. Those are very cold nights. Looking forward, we would like to discuss using the space again next year. We could only consider that if significant alterations and expansion of the space were possible. We understand that there is current legislation that is receiving a favorable prospect of passage that will direct significant funds to municipalities for the provision of shelter. We also believe that the emergency cold weather shelter program that was run through a grant from the state will happen again. And we could ask for funds for renovating, to contribute to renovating to that space again. We provided 15,000 of the 19,000 plus that it took this year. And we could offer some more, I think, through those grants. In the short term, we have 2 requests. Capstone has asked to use the City Hall shelter space on the nights of May 8th, 9th, and 10th because the Unitarian Church space is committed to another activity. And so we would like to get an answer soon as to whether they have done that once before, and I think it was successful and didn't have any impact on the city. We're also interested in using the shelter possibly as a cooling space on any very hot nights we may have this summer. We haven't figured out an algorithm for that yet, but we'd certainly like to discuss that with the city. So what did we learn? Across the whole spectrum of shelter provision in the city this winter, which includes daytime and evening warming spaces and meals and Capstone nightly shelter and the emergency cold weather shelter, we learned that when people are included in a community plan with the goal to meet their basic needs and keep everyone safe, there is a lot of appreciation and there is compliance with boundaries and behavioral expectations by the great majority of the people involved. We have a large number of people who are part of our community who have roots here and who have no place to be right now. They have no place to be. We don't condone problematic behavior, but the majority of people who are out there trying to survive without shelter can and will respect boundaries and expectations if we make an effort to meet some very basic needs. And I think you could see that in the presentation when crises drop, when a lot of services are wrapping around people. Excluding these people with no hope of accommodation removes any motivation to coexist within a community where all are sheltered and they aren't. They need a stable, authorized place to be. What we did this winter was only possible through a partnership with state funding, supervision by a community nonprofit, provision of the space by the city, churches opening their doors and their hearts, and community volunteerism. All of that still exists. The city doesn't have to do this alone. We suggest starting with some baby steps, maybe trying a couple of pilot managed campsites in the city and expand based on that experience. We recommend talking to your partners. It can happen, and we feel it must happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from council? No questions.
Stunned everybody into silence.
Eloquently said and very cogent. And I'll just echo one of the points that you made, that, I mean, in my experience in the warming shelter, people are accepting of boundaries and norms and the rules. And the relationships that I was able to make with those individuals has extended now to seeing some of those same people on the street, and just knowing people as neighbors goes a long way towards being able to say, hey, can you be a good neighbor? And very often people will say, oh yeah, I will. And that's a collateral benefit from the work you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, we did, sorry, Beth Ann. Oh, you have more questions. Councilor Alfano, go ahead.
Well, go ahead, Carrie, you go first.
Oh, thank you so much. And I am really glad we were able to work out the situation with Montpelier Cold last winter and make the city space available for you all to provide that shelter and that programming. And I thought it was a really good model for how we might continue to work in the future. I'm hoping we can continue to explore to see if there are ways to advance that and expand it. And I'm wondering what I hear what you're saying about the renovations to the space. What else would you need, whether from the city or from somewhere else, to be able to potentially provide overnight shelter every night of the year, regardless of the weather? Is it just a matter of you need a lot of money to do it, or and you may not be able to give the detailed answer to that question now, but that's the kind of conversation
I think that we depend very much on our volunteers. I mean, we had 54 different people doing shifts. That's a lot of volunteers. And they did it because they knew that there was a risk if they didn't do it, that what the conditions would be. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to get that many volunteers to show up every night. We did end up offering some stipends for some of the hard shifts, and that helped a lot. And I think there are people out there willing and eager to do that work. So having stipends works. So maybe more money. Oh, bigger space. Yeah. I mean, I think that was part of the renovation idea. But
Thank you for that.
Don't go away.
Councilor Alfano, go ahead.
Speaking of a bigger space, that's one of the questions I had. this space obviously was cramped. But the number of people you had was 11 at the max? I mean, you had some room for 15, but you said you never had
We
that?
were permitted for 15.
Yeah,
We didn't have room for 15. And
Yeah.
fortunately, we never had to turn anybody away. I'll say that. 11 was very cramped.
do you have any sense of if it was a larger space, how well it would work with, say, twice that number? I mean, what's the limit in other words, we could build
Yeah.
a gymnasium, right? Or we could try and find a series of spaces about the size of the one you were working in. What's your sense of the limit if you have one? I mean,
Well, part
It's
of
a
the
guess,
limit
I
was set
realize.
by fire safety and was, I think the element that capped it at 15 was the only one exit. There are sprinklers.
but if you could have what you wanted,
Yeah.
what do you think is the maximum number of people?
Without
per
having to run
space.
2 simultaneous shifts and programs, I think we could accommodate 30. I'm looking at the rest of the board here.
Really, so almost three times.
But I don't, for the first half of the winter, we were the only shelter.
Mhm.
And so we were generally full to 15 when we were at the Unitarian Church. But then when the nightly shelter opened up, then we had fewer numbers. So we need that nightly shelter. We need some nightly shelter.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense of what's the limit of what's manageable per each individual space. I noticed I think the legislation you're talking about is H 938.
I believe that's
Yeah,
what it is.
which yes, will provide funding municipalities, but I think it's at the cost of the reduced hotel program. So there will be more people to handle by the city, and so it would. I think it's important to try and find out what those ideal space individual ratios are. But I appreciate your comments on that. Thanks.
So I think without increasing staffing a lot,
Yeah, sure.
we could probably do 30.
Good to know. Yeah, no, thank you.
Another question you may not know an answer to, and maybe someone else does, is if the size of a shelter is increased, what does that do to the willingness of folks to accept boundaries and norms? I mean, if you have a population of 11, there's a certain level of harmony. If you have a population of 30, does that harmony become more complicated?
It definitely does. I think that especially through the winter, this is a group of people that if they're going to be indoors, they're indoors with each other in these different spaces that we offer. And they literally get on each other's last nerve. Yeah. They're not living the life they want to live. And yet they're having to do it with a bunch of other people. So as you increase the number of people in a space, you are going to run into more conflict.
So, although it would present more logistic issues, would having 3 smaller spaces be more advisable than having 1 larger space? I mean, it takes more resources, it takes more volunteers, of course, but it's just something to contemplate. I don't want to expect an answer right now, and I don't know that we need an answer right now, but it's on my mind, so I thought I'd throw it out.
Yeah.
No, I think it's true.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the other Montpelier Cold folks who are here tonight and who did all that work. Also, you threw my name in there. I'd like to also point out that Mr. Cohen is in the back of the room, joined and did that work, as did Councilor Alfano and Councilor Gill and Councilor Doyle, who's not here. And so thank all of those folks as well. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to invite Gary with Washington County Mental Health, who is our critical crisis response partner. Thank you for being here. Nice to see you again.
Thank you for
the invitation. Good evening. My name is Gary Gordon. I'm the coordinator of the emergency services team for Washington County Mental Health Services. I also sit on the situation table with Jake. So I'm here to talk about the services that we offer, particularly in the context that we're talking tonight. I think I will mention, first of all, the Access Hub, which is a couple of doors down from here, which is our urgent care walk-in center. It's been open now, I think we're into our third year. And we have, I don't have any real statistics on it, but of course, we weren't surprised by the number of people who have come in the doors, especially in the spring, summer, and fall. And there's a place, it's a walk-in urgent care center. You can walk in, you can take a shower. If you have a need to speak with somebody, we do have peer volunteer, well, actually peer workers there. If you'd like to talk to a peer, we also have a counselor who's there if somebody feels like they need counseling. We can, in some cases, offer meals. We also help people with connecting them with other resources. We have given out and distributed clothes and food and tents and sleeping bags and things of that nature, shoes, things that people need. We try to meet people's needs. And we're really looking to try to connect people who have mental health issues with further treatment. Because we, first and foremost, we are a mental health services agency. And we don't put restrictions on people coming in, except in a few cases where we had people who were clearly taking advantage of the space, but had no interest in following up with further services. And we found that we had to kind of set a boundary on that. And then we also have our mobile outreach team, which is able to go out in the community to meet people where they are and to talk to them. In some cases, they may try to help de-escalate a situation if it's an ongoing situation where somebody's behavior is escalated. And again, the effort is to help them and to stir them or to guide them into treatment if that's what's determined that they need it, is needed, and if not, to try to connect them with the services that they do need as best we can with our community partners. And then we have the emergency services team, which I'm a member of, as well as being a coordinator of, which is we have 2 people on 24/7 to respond to people in mental health crisis. That's our mandate. And we are a mobile team, so we'll travel throughout the county. And we will evaluate people for their level of crisis. And again, we try to direct them to the least restrictive treatment. In some cases, we may have to invoke involuntary treatment. That's pretty rare. And we work very carefully with our partners, the Montpelier Police Department and Fire and EMS, actually all over the county. We have a long-standing, excellent relationship with Montpelier Police and Fire. We work really well together. We speak to them frequently. We are, again, we're looking to make sure that we have a presence now that people are outside. We're working on having a presence in the community throughout the day with the mobile outreach team. You know, we will be looking to have people make periodic visits to the places where the unhoused like to be, Kellogg Urban Library, the churches for meals, any place that they are, the bike path, wherever they are, we will go and meet them, the transit center, some of the places that we've identified that they like to hang out. And we will have people who will go out and interact with them. And, you know, sitting on the situation table, I also bring cases to the table, but also respond to a lot of cases because I would say, I don't know if you did statistics on that, Jake, but, you know, usually when we bring a situation to the table, mental health is involved. Mental health is usually one of the first needs that is identified. So we try our best to respond. We do respond. One of the interesting things that we run into is that a lot of times people are not in a place where they want to accept treatment, which if you think about it makes sense. I mean, if your primary need is housing, then you're not really thinking about your mental health. You're thinking about being someplace where you can be safe and stable. So a lot of times I would have to say, let's work on the housing issue first. Let's get them housed, and then we can come and offer them treatment if they're willing to accept it. You know, and again, we always have to. We first seek the least restrictive mode of treatment because people in Vermont have a right to refuse treatment as long as they're not a danger to themselves or others. So those are the parameters that we have to work with. And it becomes an issue a lot of times because it's a pretty high bar in Vermont in terms of determining what type of behavior meets the voluntary criteria. And so for a layperson, what do you mean this person needs to be in the hospital? And we might actually agree with you, but their behavior might not be such that we can compel them to even go to the ER and have an evaluation. So that's a dance that we are involved in all the time. Sometimes it happens over time. Sometimes we have to respond multiple times before we finally reach that threshold, or the person acquiesces and says, yes, I'm ready for treatment. And I think what I try to tell the team is just keep going. Just keep showing up. Keep showing up. You know, if they reject you, that's okay. The next nice, warm, sunny day, you know, get back out on the bike path, stop by the library. So you'll see us out there doing that. We're already doing it, but we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to make our presence known and to show up. The crisis team will respond when we're called, and we will do, our primary goal is to do an assessment. We assess the scene, and what we're looking for primarily, first of all, we have to make sure that this person either has is somebody identified with a mental illness, or we suspect they have one. If that's not the case, then there's not really much we can do. And once we determine that they have a mental illness, then we will determine if they are in need of treatment. And usually that's also not an issue, because most of the time they are in need of treatment. Then the issue becomes whether they would accept treatment or not. And if they're not a danger to themselves or other, we can't compel them to treatment. If they are, then we have to go through our legal process in order to compel them into involuntary treatment. We also work with people who are under the influence of substances, primarily alcohol. And we do have a program where people can go and safely detox, a social detox program. There are going to be some changes coming to that July 1st, but it will still exist. But again, these individuals would have to be cooperative, and they would have to be willing to go to be at this place, because it's not a place where we can contain people who are not willing to follow the rules or the protocols of the program, which are basically just kind of common sense, courtesy kind of rules, and also rules based around making sure we do what's best for them as they detox from a substance. We primarily work with people who are intoxicated with alcohol, but we can't take people on other substances. Our experience has been that that's pretty rare. And when I've reflected on it, I say, well, you know, people who drink are more likely to act out in public or in places that would draw the attention of law enforcement or other people. But people say that people on opiates usually are euphoric, and while they're awake, they're very calm, and then they go to sleep. So we don't get people who are on opiates. I think the next class of people we might get are people who are on stimulants, and their behavior can be very similar to people who are on alcohol or people who are in a mental health crisis, depending on the stimulant and how much of it they had. But we can't respond to those. Unfortunately, if they aren't cooperative and we can't place them safely in social detox, then they would have to spend the night in a correctional facility. But it's a civil procedure, not criminal. There's no criminal charges associated with it. There's really no paper trail with it, except we just have to keep a record of who we had and maybe what they were on, that type of thing. And there are no ramifications of it after that, except that we will try to encourage them to go into treatment. We do have a treatment arm of Washington County Mental Health, as the treatment associates has become a part of Washington County Mental Health. We call it the Center for Substance Use Services now, and they're based here in Montpelier, and we can offer them treatment there if they prefer outpatient or intensive outpatient treatment. Beyond that, we would have to refer them to the residential programs in the state, Valley Vista Serenity House and the like. I think that's pretty much.
Could you
it.
talk about ways maybe that the city, if you see opportunities for the city to be more active in partnership with you?
I was thinking about that primarily when we are in Montpelier. You know, we're working a lot with law enforcement and EMS. I think as you look at developing shelters, and there seems to be some sentiment for having full-time shelters, you know, throughout the year, that type of thing. I think as that develops, because there have been some issues around like Beth spoke very poignantly in a recent meeting we had about the fact that they're all volunteers and they're not really trained to manage difficult behavior. You know, and that is a place where we might be able to help, although we do have some restrictions in terms of staffing that's available. But I think forming those relationships going forward and working closely with those entities as they evolve, I think that would be one way that we can work more collaboratively, and we're willing to do it within our limitations. Because as you know, it would be nice if we could have somebody trained at every shelter every night, but that's just not possible. But maybe we can talk about a way of having an interface where people can be there at a certain time of day or whatever. I don't know how that would work out. But that may be something to look to going forward. We certainly, you know, be willing to participate in that conversation about how we can help ongoing shelters. Like I said, we will have a presence, you know, at the places where we know they congregate, you know, and try to, you know, assist as much as we can within our limitations.
And a shelter might be an example of that kind of space, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, we go to the shelters now, you know. I'm hoping we can have more of a presence at the shelters, but we also have to be concerned about the rest of the county. So we also have to, you know, Berlin, the needs are the same in all these communities. And we're also starting to hear from some more of the outlying communities, Northfield, Plainfield, are having similar issues. So we have to be concerned about Waterbury. They have the family shelter in Waterbury. So we have to make sure that we can respond to them all. So, and so that's going to be an issue about how frequently we can be present throughout the county to support the work of the shelters.
How many folks do you have on at any given moment?
Well, so at the Access Hub, let's see, we have a therapist and so there are probably 5 people there during the day. We need to have 2 people in the Access Hub because again, it's a walk-in center. So we need to have it, you know, people there at all times during their business hours. I think it's from 7 to 4. And then we have the mobile outreach team, which is 2 people, sometimes more, who can go out and meet people in the community. And then we have the crisis team, but we also kind of do a mix and match. Like the crisis team can go out and do some proactive interactions with people in the community. It doesn't have to be a crisis for us to respond.
So the crisis team and the mobile outreach team that are servicing the whole county.
Yes. Yeah, and 2 and 3 towns in Orange County. We serve Williamstown, Orange, and Washington as well. That's our catchment area, the same area that the state police cover.
Other questions from
And the total number of people?
So on our crisis team, we have 2 people on at all times. So we have 2 people on to cover the entire county, and we travel in pairs. So when we go to a situation, you'll see 2 of us there. The people at the Access Hub, we have 1 clinician who stays at the Access Hub to meet with people. We have 2 mobile outreach workers, I think, and 2 peers at this time. Well, we'll have 3 mobile outreach workers and 2 peers. Yeah, and we'll have to cover all of Washington County.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you. I'm wondering how that emergency services team, that crisis team, how you get connected to the people who need your services. Is it primarily through public safety, like the police, or can people look on the website?
Anybody can call us.
They can just call you. So, you know,
our number is 229-0591. Yes, the main number. You call and ask to speak to the screeners or the crisis team. You'll be connected with us during the day. You know, we're based in Building C on the hospital complex. And that's where we operate from. After hours, you will get an answering service, but we respond to phone calls in 10 minutes or less. And we have a mandate to appear on site within 30 minutes, give or take. You know, I mean, it might take us a little longer to get out the warrant than it would to get here, but, you know, but yeah, so a phone call, it's just a phone call. And one of the things that we will also be doing is interfacing with the business community, something we've been talking about, just to let us know that we're there and that they can call us as well. Because if a business calls us and say, I have somebody here that I'm concerned about, we will come to the scene and see what we can do. We also offer response to critical incidents, like if you have a significant incidents like floods or an untimely death or something that affects a business or sure, any entity in Montpelier where you have some type of tragic event or critical incident, we do have a team of people who can come and provide support for the individuals involved. You know, we've gone to schools, we've gone to businesses, we've gone to other service providers. We've worked with EMS and fire when they responded to incidents where they felt like they needed some follow-up and debriefing. So we also offer that as a service as well.
Councilor Gill.
Thank you for sharing all that you do. And this is a complex puzzle of providers and services and how does it all fit together? And one of the things that just, you know, we talk about treatment and mental health and those services. And one of the other pieces of a puzzle is thinking about like, you know, kind of upstream and like medication assisted treatment. Like I know there's some communities out there that are integrating the naltrexone for, you know, addiction. And so I don't know, are we doing that here in Central Vermont, or what does that look like from a medically assisted treatment program?
I can't really speak to that. I think we have, like I said, we have the Center for Substance Use Services, formerly Treatment Associates.
Okay.
They could probably speak to that, you know, more authoritatively than I can. Okay. The other thing we do offer as part of our emergency services, we do have a nurse practitioner that if somebody is in need of medication or evaluation for psychiatric purposes primarily, she has what we call emergency appointments Tuesday through Friday. So we can get somebody in immediately if they need to be put on medication, you know, and she can follow them. You know, it's an emergency service, urgent care service. But what she can do is she can follow them until we can connect them with a provider, whether it's with us or some other provider in the community. So we do have that. And that also works well, and she's pretty busy. Yeah.
Sure, Councilor Alfano.
Are you part of the 911 network?
You mean 988?
Oh, so
it is 988.
988 would,
yeah,
would
every
reach you?
designated agency in the state participates with 988, you know, and when we talk to people, we give them the option. They can call us directly. They can call 988. They can also, there's a text line that the Department of Mental Health offers. We give them, and we do get referrals from 988, and the state is looking to expand that. So that,
and that's a fact, that's
much more dispatches to 988.
Yeah, so that's I would think that'd be a pretty effective method.
Yes, yeah. Either way, they can call 988, and then 988 will reach out to us, or they can call us directly.
I'm sorry, at this time, we're not taking questions or comments from the public. We're still in presentation of the currently we're not. That'll be later. Okay, all right. I'll try to be patient. Thank you. Is out of curiosity then, if folks don't know about 988, they call 911 because of what they perceive to be a crisis.
Sure.
That really does dispatch refer them to you before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's been the history because there was no 988. I mean, 988 is relatively new. I think it's been here about 3 years now. So people, they can still call 911. We get lots of, you know, again, we work very well with all the local dispatchers. They all know us. We know them by name. You know, so they call us or they refer people to us, or they will call us and have, a lot of times they will take the call and then call us and have us follow up with people. And then we decide whether we need to follow up by phone or in person. You know, we make those decisions. Okay. And we also get called from the scene. You know, if law enforcement or EMS goes to a scene and they realize that there's a mental health component to the individuals that they're working with, they'll call us and we'll come to the scene and assist them. And we also call them to assist us as well.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from council? Great. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you for coming to talk to us.
All right, the next partner that we work closely with is Good Samaritan Haven, who provides Pure Street outreach services, and Julie Bond is here.
I appreciate everybody's patience, as we will get to public comment a little bit later, and right now we're in the more structured hearing from partners and asking them questions. We will get to those things later, but as much as possible, if we could maintain order in the room and in the hallway, that would be very helpful, maintaining an efficient meeting. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, thanks for having me. Good evening. I'll just try to read and be quick. So my name is Julie Bond. I'm the Executive Director at Good Samaritan Haven. And we are a shelter network serving Central Vermont, Greater Central Vermont and Washington County. So thanks for having me here to address what Good Sam's work and the impact has been with the city over the years. We have a long and meaningful partnership with the city, and we've been serving vulnerable neighbors for a long time in various capacities. So we're appreciative for the collaboration, for the support. Some of the support has included funding a street outreach position over several years, providing space for Good Sam to run a winter overflow shelter at the Elks Club for 2 years, and funding a winter day space program in 2025 in collaboration with Christ Church. So for organizational context, Good Samaritan Haven operates 4 shelter facilities with a capacity of about 80 beds, serving adults from 18 to 80 plus. And we operate as a continuum of shelter for the unhoused and provide a range of access from low barrier semi-congregate shelters in Montpelier and Mary City to a shelter with semi-private rooms in Berlin to a recovery-oriented shelter in Barry Town. That's a hybrid shelter and recovery house model for those who are in recovery from substance use disorder. Our housing navigation and case management teams help guests obtain whatever they need, be it IDs, healthcare referrals, recovery support, training, transportation, employment, and certainly housing solutions when they are available. And finally, our street outreach team is comprised of 2 full-time and 1 part-time individuals. They work across the entire county. And they provide life-supporting supplies, services, connection to hundreds of people every year. So given the size of this small but mighty team, the ratio of people outdoors to the outreach staff is 50 people to 1. So that's a really wild ratio that we have encountered, only seen grow over the last many years. So this team is a support team. It's not an enforcement team. So they don't happen to expand campsites, but rather they support individuals who are sleeping outdoors to help them stay alive and try to get them indoors. So over the last several weeks, we've had some really great cross-sector community partner meetings to kind of hone in on the key aspects of support that are needed to create a full spectrum of support to folks experiencing homelessness. In particular, unsheltered homelessness. And it should be noted that in Montpelier in particular, alcohol use disorder is observed at unusually high levels right now. I think providers have never seen it to this level as it is at this moment. So reducing harm due to alcohol use will be a prominent feature in the needs locally. I think that you'll hear suggested. So those meetings have been really great for clarity and really honing in on some of the holes in the kind of continuum of care. The elements cited as needed are something like a sobering shelter or an overnight shelter that has some clinically trained staffing for individuals who are actively using substances who are in need of a bed at night, which we've talked about a lot. A fully funded, really robust public immediate program with embedded transportation. The transportation piece is a real tricky part of getting folks to a location to be safe indoors and sober up overnight. Without this kind of a model, a holding cell in a location closer than St. Johnsbury or South Burlington seems to be needed to reduce both transport time for law enforcement and also reduce folks being stranded at a location and then having to get back here the next day. That's really hard on people. Things that we've noted that could be really useful are a mobile street medic team that focuses on both mental health and SUDs that's staffed
outside of business hours, so really the evening and overnight time, that provides sustained presence and connection to stabilize rather than immediate assessment, but beyond that type of work. A well-resourced and streamlined alcohol use treatment continuum that supports individuals from medical detox through recovery is needed to make sure that folks land in a viable, sober housing environment post-treatment without gaps in the process. We're all working as a partnership around the county to figure out how can that be a really well-guided, well-oiled process for people. So some of the ideas that the city might consider funding or supporting in some way to respond to the needs of our unhoused population might include helping to fund a psychiatric nurse or nurse practitioner who works across the Tri-City area. That's perhaps a multi-municipal effort to fund that, as this role has been cited as a need across towns. And again, outside of business hours, because as you see, we have a lot of sort of 8 to 5, 9 to 5 type of support. It's really beyond that we could have extra infusion of support. Helping to fund additional street outreach staff, particularly crisis interventionists and the like. Collaborating with other entities to seek grant sources to help fund this type of like a mobile health outreach team after hours. Explore the concepts more deeply that I was talking about above, like a sobering shelter or an accessible or even mobile public inebriate system that goes to the people rather than the people having to go to it, especially if the behaviors or the situation is more of an escalated nature, that something can be, responded to in the moment, in the space. Again, establishing some kind of closer holding location would be helpful to prevent stranding the next day of people outside of county. Exploring as a community whether it's time to engage in municipal mechanisms that could reduce public or private alcohol consumption through targeted laws and taxation. And developing partnerships and funding mechanisms with the departments of health and substance use to address what we see as a real emerging public health crisis, in particular with alcohol use. So, my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Questions from council?
Julie, that's a comprehensive list. Would you send it to me?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm not sure I got it all of it. Yeah, happy to. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, manager for
Okay, so our work very closely with Good Samaritan Haven is related to the implementation of the encampment policy that council has adopted and amended as of last August. And so Good Samaritan Haven plays a critical partnership with us in their peer street outreach. The policy that you all adopted prioritizes connecting people with services as part of the implementation of that policy. So since the beginning of the year, we've had a number of encampments that have been reported for which the policy has been initiated, 12 on public land and 11 on private land. This might even be higher in the last few days. I think this was data as of Monday. So how that is working is, we receive a notification from someone either on staff or in the community about an encampment that has appeared somewhere in town. Again, whether on public or private land. If it's on private land, the private owner of that land needs to request assistance, generally through the police department, for help in moving that, having that camp moved. Now, a notification will be created in our system. It's tracked through the police department's because they have the database that can easily bring up and add information to a variety of cases that will come to me and the city manager's office. And what I do is connect with Good Samaritan Haven and request their assistance to visit the camp and connect those folks with services. And so the peer outreach, after they've received, my contact and request for help, we'll connect with the campers there and either give information about services available or leave information advising that the camp is located on a property that is in a high sensitivity area. You have created criteria around what that means, generally related to public health and safety, or public like schools, or places of environmental sensitivity. You also have criteria related to if a camp has been created in a location that doesn't meet one of those geographic criteria or physical criteria, if there is behavior that is springing up out of that camp that becomes, either problematic for public health or environmental reasons or other public reasons. And so that will come, to my office. Good Samaritan Haven goes to visit. They let us know that services, information about services have been left at the camp or with the people in the encampment, and then report back to me. At that point, we give it 24 hours or long for a high sensitivity area, or longer if it's not in a high sensitivity area. And then visit that to see if it's been cleared or not. If it's not been cleared, then we have a contractor who will go out and clear a space. So you have prioritized, the areas that camps should not be in the public, for behaviors that occur out of camps that are happening in town, and connecting those folks with services. Now, what we are seeing, because of the result of the closure of the hotel and motel program, as well as the warmer weather, that, the folks are moving around town. I mean, it's a bit of a camp gets cleared out of one area and then springs up somewhere else in town. And so we are responding to these on a regular basis and looking to apply, the criteria that you all have adopted. I think that there's some ambiguity in the policy, and there's some functional holes. For example, we don't have a very clear process on how to reconnect people with their belongings. If we've collected belongings and we know who they belong to, we can have them stored at a pod that the city bought, which is out at Country Club Road. There's some confusion about how a person can be reunited with their belongings, and who on our staff is going to reconnect them with their belongings, since we have the keys to that resource. It definitely requires a lot of attention. It's definitely something that I think, is not happening smoothly. I think it is functioning as intended in terms of looking to the spaces where you have decided that it's not appropriate for camping, and deprioritizing moving people from places that do not meet the criteria. There are camps that are happening, I think, in town that we are not hearing about and are not responding to and are not moving people out of. But the ones that we are, that is how the process functions on the ground on a daily basis. I bring this up. We've sort of ordered the conversation today so you can look at some of the successes that you have, taken, and that your resources have, I think, worked in a positive way. And I think we also have some challenges with obviously what's happening in terms of, the unhoused and, and how the impacts of that are showing up in town. You've heard a lot of connection with how services interact with our public safety. I think to success in many ways, it is quite a lot of workload for them as well. And, you get reports every week in the Manager's Weekly about the calls that they're responding to related to unhoused. There are some, there's functions in the system to connect people with services when they are ready and able. And then there's challenges with folks who are resistant to services or just have not reached that place where they're willing to accept services yet at this point. And that is the subject of many of the calls that we're here, that police are responding to. And so this is sort of a tricky tension of all of this to manage. You know, I'm happy to work through these problems with you all. And, you know, there is just a great range. I think the community is very far apart on, you know, how the encampment policy, I think should function. And this is how it's actually operating on the ground on a day-to-day basis. So I'm happy to answer questions about that if you wish, or we also have invited the state's attorney here to come up and help illustrate for us, you know, what accountability kind of in this system looks like, and if there's opportunities for the city to think about that differently. If Michelle would like to come up, please. We have our Chief of Police, Eric Nordenson. Thanks, Nord.
Yes, I asked that George during this into kind of the other side of the puzzle and some extra data that might be something. So the question that you asked me to come here to really address is how issues are handled once they're sent to the state attorney's office to begin a criminal prosecution. So they start with an arrest, you know, after a crime has been committed and the police have determined that a crime has been committed and there's probable cause. So they make the arrest and then they send that paperwork to my office, where myself and the deputy state attorneys who work for me will review that paperwork to make sure that there is probable cause, and then we use our discretion about whether or not we're going to file charges. And then there is and the first, and so that's the first step of the office is like a review at the state attorney's office. If those charges are accepted, the next step in the process is the criminal arraignment. And so that is where a defendant who is charged with a crime comes to the court. They're connected with a public defender and they go before the judge, and that's their opportunity. And that's the very start of the process. Typically, they start that process by pleading not guilty because they are presumed innocent throughout the entire pendency until their case is resolved. And then the state might ask for conditions of release to be put in place. Conditions of release are conditions that the judge will order that will help protect and promote public safety, as well as promote appearances at future court hearings so that the case can speed. Conditions of release can be, typically there are things like maybe asking if there was an interaction between two individuals, maybe a fight and a simple assault has been charged, or even a disorderly conduct, criminal threatening. The judge might impose a condition of release if they not have contact with the victim of the crime. If the situation has occurred in a particular area, the judge may impose a condition of release for them not to return to that area. There might also be conditions of release asking someone to be prohibited from buying, possessing, or consuming alcoholic beverages. There are conditions of release about, having access to firearms or other deadly or dangerous weapons. So those are some kind of common conditions of release that might be issued from situations that are coming out of the hotspot in Montpelier. Those, they're aimed at protecting the public. They're also aimed at protecting victims of this potential crime. The one thing that I want to highlight that we see happening in majority of the cases that are coming out of the unhoused community, out of the encampment spot, is that the victims are also unhoused. And so that is, and I think that's really important to know, that the victims of these crimes are incredibly vulnerable themselves from being unhoused. It makes it harder for them to access the criminal justice system as a victim of a crime. to be able to ask for their statutory rights as a victim to be honored, because it can be hard to locate them. There might be fear of retribution for making statements to police, to continuing to participate in the criminal process as it proceeds, or it might just be really hard to find them again. They might leave the area after being victimized, or they might stop accessing some of these common spaces that we've heard a lot about tonight because they've been victimized there, and it makes them afraid to use them again. So I do really want to point out that the victims of these crimes very often are also from the same community, and we have people kind of being on both sides of sometimes being an offender and sometimes being a victim. And that is really important to note. In 2025, there was a 20% increase of filings in Washington. And the majority of those were filed after July 1st. And, you know, it's really hard to tell in the criminal justice space, like what caused a crime to be committed. Like there's so many factors and you can't really tie it back to any one thing. But I do think that there was a pretty strong correlation between the ending of the motel program, people being unstable, being out in the community without another place to go, and then the increase of those crimes. Those crimes were majority misdemeanors. And again, they were in that in the second half of the year. So that was kind of something significant to see. And that puts pressure on the whole system too. You know, we have the same amount of attorneys and victim advocates to deal with the 20% increase of filings, and we only have one criminal court judge in Washington County. It's just one courtroom, and so getting all of the cases through and having time to have all of those hearings is another stress on the system. One thing that we're trying really hard to do, and this has been with great help from the Montpelier police, is that we want to see cases come in pretty quickly, and so that we can address the problem right away. That means that we can intervene with someone who is alleged to have committed a crime, maybe get some conditions of release that might help them prevent them from committing another crime, or protect and promote public safety. But it also allows us, if we get that case filed quicker, that our office starts working on it. That means our victims advocates can start trying to connect to the victim of the crime faster and give them information about what is going on. And also, you know, you want to have your consequence as close in time as possible to the incident as possible. Like an extended period of litigation isn't really helpful to anyone. And so we've asked the police really to try to get cases in quicker, and they really have done that, especially if there are situations where someone has repeat offenses, or they're violating those conditions of release. So those conditions of release aren't functioning the way that they're supposed to for preventing for preventing a new crime from happening or protecting that public safety. Like, we want to see that right away. We want to be able to have the judge talk to that defendant right away. We want to see if there's things that we can adjust, and they have been great about sending those cases to us quickly. The kind of one of the hurdles there is whether or not there's the court time to address things quickly. We also want to do things quickly so that we can capture available evidence before it dissipates. We want to be able to interview that victim or make sure that we have really solid contact information with them before they move away, before they might move out of the area or not be around. Some efforts that we've done there is our office is trying to work really hard with move on and the Good Sam to kind of create a situation where we can use them as a community partner to get in contact with victims of crime and not use the police to send them out to issue subpoenas and not send them into the shelters or encampments just to help us connect with the victim of crime, because that can be intimidating and decrease a victim's desire to participate in the process. And it also like alleviates some law enforcement time from, you know, so they can do more law enforcement and less administrative work. Once the case is active, it might be active for a period of time where the defense attorney is working with that person who's been charged. They might, you know, be gathering information and giving us more information from the defendant's side of view, who may be participating in discovery, or we might be negotiating what a potential outcome of that case might be. And then cases resolve either by going to trial and having a jury trial where the state would try to prove the case by presenting evidence and proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt, or it might resolve in a plea agreement where a defendant will agree to plead guilty to a crime in exchange for a known outcome that can be negotiated and agreed upon. And then sometimes cases are dismissed because the evidence isn't strong enough to bring to trial, because victims of crime don't want to participate in the system for whatever reason, be it they just are not interested, that they're intimidated, that we have lost track of them and cannot find them anymore, and so no longer have the ability to call them as a witness for that trial. If there is a resolution of the case that results in a conviction by either a plea agreement or a finding of guilt by a jury, the outcomes that are available are incarceration, there's probation, and fine. Really are three of the ways that cases end up being like the consequences of crimes. We also have a treatment court in Washington County, and that is a post-plea program. So people have to plead guilty to their crimes to go into the treatment court, and how we handle that is we have a door A and a door B that they know at the start, and the door A is for successful completion of the treatment court, and then door B is if they have to be discharged because they cannot successfully complete. The door B resolution is an incarcerative sentence, and the door A might be probation, it might be a reduction of charges, it might be dismissal of some charges, but the treatment court program is for people who are high risk and high need, and high risk means that they are at high risk to commit another crime in the community, and high need means that they have a high level of a moderate high substance use disorder. And then that during the treatment court program, it meets every other week and in court, but then when it's not meeting in court, people are meeting with their case managers, with their treatment providers. It's a lot of structure and a lot of support for people to be in that program. It is a pretty rigorous program to be able to graduate. But if you can graduate that program, not only will you have been able to achieve, to move away from your substance use disorder, but you also get a better outcome for those criminal charges with the reduction of those cases. Our office also is participating in the situation table. We go occasionally. We're not a service provider as the prosecution for the county. We're not a service provider, but oftentimes we have information that we might be able to share, or and the person who goes to that is me. I go, and sometimes it's just good to know what is going on in our community with people with those really high needs. And so that's another way that we make partnerships with people in the community.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask a question because, I think there's just there's no crime to being homeless, right? Like that is never a crime. And the city is trying to create compassionate ways to respond to the condition of the unhoused. And then there are impacts in the community related to behavior by some in the unhoused population that are problematic and are causing, real impacts, I think, that are felt by people in Montpelier. And I just have sort of a vignette of at least one story that I know of, or one case that I know of, that I'd love for you to help unpack, like what happened in the system, right? Because we had a person who was at one of the churches that had been trespassed from the church, taken into custody, brought to corrections. It required a number of people at corrections to get this, to control this person and get them into custody. They stayed overnight, were charged a bunch of crimes, went before the judge. The judge set conditions of release, and this came back and is back in town the next day, right? And then, find this person in a camp, had set up a camp, had to go through our encampment policy that was in a park, needed to trigger that policy to connect them with services and sort of move them along. Like functionally, that's what's happening on a day-to-day basis. I think with some of the more challenging situations here in the city. And, I think we have pieces of it that work and then pieces of it that don't. And like understanding, what that is from your perspective, I think would be helpful to illustrate here.
Sure. So when somebody is charged with a crime and if they're taken, they might, and it happens in the overnight hours, there's always somebody from the prosecutor's office on call, so somebody from the police department, if they're encountering a crime that they are not going to issue a citation for, but they think that an arrest needs to happen that night and they need some guidance on what to do, that they call the on-call attorney. And if we determine that they need to be held overnight because of the situation, they might be taken to jail overnight on some cash bail. And then but they are going to have a hearing as soon as practicable. So we have our emergency block every day at 1 p.m. And so that case is heard as soon as possible for that arraignment, where they are, they plead not guilty, and the state might ask for conditions of release or continuation of cash bail, or some other alternative. And the defense is going to argue for what they think is their appropriate outcome. So both sides get a chance to say their piece. Cash bail is only to be utilized to assure appearance in court. So the judge, if they're determining whether or not they are going to say that you need to pay a certain amount of money to be able to stay out of jail, the court needs to determine that that person is a flight risk, that they're not going to show up to their next court hearings, that they're not going to participate in their case. And so you can't use cash bail to protect the public. You can't use cash bail to kind of incapacitate someone for a period of time to separate from the public. Cash bail is only to be used when somebody is determined to be a flight risk. Now, flight risk is mostly going to be determined about whether someone has a record of failures to appear at previous court hearings. Court will look at somebody's criminal history to determine whether or not they are that flight risk. And they're going to first look to whether or not they have failures to appear. They might look at whether they violated their conditions of release in the past and been convicted of that number. They might look at the number and type of cases that they have pending. They might look at, they can also look at things like character and mental condition to determine whether or not they're a flight risk. So whether someone's a flight risk is a little bit broader than just whether or not they have a record of failures to appear, but that's going to be the number one factor that they look at. And if the court determines that they're not and they are all, the court is also obligated to use the least restrictive means to assure that appearance and protect the public. So they can't put on a condition of release that is unrelated to the crime that was committed. They can't put a higher level of cash bail than is necessary to assure their appearance. So they can't put in an unattainable number so that so the person's remain incarcerated. That's not constitutional, and the judges won't do that. There are some cases where people can be held without bail, but that is either they've committed an offense that's punishable by life in prison, and so those crimes in Vermont are murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault, or that they've committed if they've committed a felony crime of which one of the essential elements is an act of violence against another person. So those are going to be like an aggravated assault, an aggravated domestic assault. There's a list of those. And those people, if somebody's committed the felony act of violence, they can only be held for 60 days before the court is required to hold a bail review, and then has to make them bailable, which means that they're going to move on to that risk of life analysis at that. So that's why you're seeing people return to the community. Like that's the law, and that's the Constitution, and that's the way the system is designed to work if the court has determined that somebody is not a risk of non-appearance at the criminal court.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is really helpful. You're really illustrating kind of a key, huge weakness in not just our law enforcement system, not just our justice system, but just in our entire society of how we take care of each other and take care of ourselves. I do want to start. I do want to say that we always have to watch out. And I know you're not saying this. I'm saying this more for us to remember that unhoused, unsheltered does not equal criminal, does not equal crime. That we have people committing crimes who have a place to live, and we have people who have no place to live who are not committing crimes. And so for this portion of this meeting, I think it's really important to be very clear that we're talking about public safety. We're talking about when there are crimes committed and how we respond to them. And I appreciate I do hear a lot this complaint about, someone gets arrested and then a day later they're just back out on the streets, back here again. And that's the way it's, as you were kind of explaining it should work. If someone's not convicted and found guilty, we shouldn't really be, on general principles, locking them up. And in fact, we do all the time. That there's an astonishing percentage of the people who are incarcerated right now in Vermont are detainees. They're not sentenced. They're just waiting. They don't have bail. They're waiting for a sentence, or it's like I'm familiar with the women's facility more than anywhere else, and it's typical for half the people there to be detainees. So a lot of people are not just coming right back out to the community. So it's a real problem on both sides. That we don't have, law enforcement is a very specific way of approaching problems, and we don't have it's not a good one for helping people work out their mental health issues, or helping people get housing, or get connected to services, and all of these things that we ask law enforcement to do all the time. And so that's where we've got this huge gap. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I just think I really want to say it very clearly that we can't, the answer to a high level of crime in the city is not lock them up and get rid of them, because that's inhumane, and that doesn't work anyway. And very few people come out of jail better than they went in. It's not really good for people to go to jail. So I don't know what maybe you have thoughts about this, or maybe this is just part of our planning, to be thinking about that huge kind of cavern that happens where somebody's behavior is dangerous to the rest of the community, and the law enforcement way to respond to it only gets us so far, and what else is there? What else do we need to do? And obviously this is a giant question, but
Yeah, the other thing I'd say is that like criminal prosecution is only reactive. Like criminal
Right.
prosecution isn't preventative, it's not protective to the future. A criminal prosecution is just reacting to one moment in time, and it's only really addressing the things that the criminal justice system can address. So the criminal justice system can address issues like accountability, it can provide punishment, it can provide some rehabilitation and education through that process, but it isn't really designed to meet people's needs
Sorry.
of daily life.
If we could hold the talk in the back of the room down, please, it's distracting us from up there. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, so the criminal justice system is going to provide something that might be preventative in the future, like with an eye towards rehabilitation type services, education type services, that might happen through a sentence, by placing them on probation or having some programming done while somebody is incarcerated, but it's not designed to meet necessarily people's broad needs. It's addressed to reduce public safety risk by addressing very specific aspects that are tied to a crime that's been committed. And I do think it's important to know that just because you've invited me here to kind of talk about these aspects, I don't want people to get the impression that as you said, that homelessness is driving crime. Like there are some correlations, but causation is incredibly difficult to say, and also people who are unhoused are very often victims of crime as well, and that is very important.
Other questions from council? Thank you, Councilor Brown, for bringing that up, and thank you for adding that nuance for us. Others?
Nora, did you have?
Jordan, do you have something to add?
Just giving her props for saving.
You'll get up that easily.
Yeah, no, thank you. We were talking today and days before, and we just wanted to reiterate that the CJ system and police in particular are not the fix for this problem. And I was very appreciative of you acknowledging that. I've always said we are a spoke in the wheel, right? And more police isn't going to make this better for us. I'm hopeful that the next section of this conversation leads us to some solutions, which is the gap, right? And I think the providers have done a really nice job of explaining some of the needs. We're kind of the bottom of that gap. They're at the top of the gap. So someplace in the middle, there's an answer just waiting to be found. And we're certainly not going to solve it, but there's a chance that we can make it just a little bit better. And if we make it a little bit better for, as I've always said, one person, we've done a really good job today. So thank you.
Also, just like to call out that we hear from time to time, why aren't the police doing anything? And I think part of what this conversation shows us is that the police are doing things, and yet at best you can catch what has fallen through all of the other gaps, and that is not the solution for our issues. But thanks for your work nonetheless. Are there any questions for Chief Norton?
I wondered, I thought maybe I would just share something that you and I learned in our conversation from Burlington. We chatted with the Burlington mayor on Monday kind of about some things that they've done. And I think in this space, some things that they have done have been to hire community resource officers, which are, not as highly trained as police. But they act in sort of that frontline capacity of doing foot patrol, of being around town. Also are trained in connecting folks with services that we heard about earlier tonight. They are deputized to issue lower level tickets for things like dogs off leash or open beverage, consumption of alcohol, things like that. So that's one strategy that I think has worked in other places to both, keep police doing police work and still have that public safety and connection to services presence in the community. And then another thing that they talked about, what they do is something called City Center, which they run through their CJC that, you know, we don't have anymore, but it is kind of a similar sort of deferral process that I think Michelle talked about, where folks who have a number of these small misdemeanor type tickets can go through this program and, you know, have some accountability built in either in terms of accepting services or making amends for their crimes, and then their tickets get waived or lower, you know, a lower response. So that is, you know, long term, but I think another idea that I thought was interesting and was new to me in this kind of space around the intersection of, you know, public accountability. So thank you.
Thank you both very much. We are now at the end of the portion that is presentation and question and answer. We're also at 8:35, which is traditional when we take our break. At this time, I'd like for us to break for about 10 minutes. When we come back, we will have council just sort of bat around some ideas about where we'd like to go, and then we will hold public comment before coming back to council to try to make some decisions about the next directions. Before we do that, does anyone on council have questions or comments you'd like to make before we break? Councilor Gill.
So I don't want to mess up your agenda, but I would like to hear the public first before we go into conversation. I don't know if that would mess up the whole agenda. I don't know what others think, but I just feel like it'd be nice to hear the folks that have been sitting here, that have been waiting, and then we can, you know, kind of flip that around a little bit if you're open to that.
Sure. I mean, I have no objection to that. Councilor Sheridan. Great. So we'll do that. In any case, we'll take a break now for 10 minutes. Thank you for calling that out. When we return, thank you everyone for being so patient. There is a sign-up sheet right there, and we will go from that, but we want to get a sense of how many people want to talk so that we can have a sense of how much time we can allot. It's going to be a long night anyway. We're all buckled in for that. But you know, 10 hours of public comment is not going to help anybody. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:45 for public comment. Thank you so much.
So
10 minutes. It is currently 8:48 on Wednesday, April 29th.
housing
And
first.
we are returning from break. Back to public comment.
I can't see them.
I think we solved the problem offline.
Truly.
We know what we're talking about, the count.
All right, I'm trying to get a sense of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is everyone who is in the room that would like to speak signed up on this sheet? I'll take that as a yes. All right, so doing math here. Give me a second.
What about online?
Yeah, I see that there are 3 hands up online. If you would like to speak online, go ahead and raise your hand now. Ms. Little, is your hand raised? It was before I saw, that's why I asked.
It is not at the moment. I was waiting for something that I distinctly wanted to comment on. Thank you for checking.
If we could get a sense from, just for the moment, even if you put them back down, everyone who's online who would like to speak, please raise your hand. At any time, even if it's later, just so I can get a rough sense of how many people we're trying to budget in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12. All right, and growing. All right, so the way that we're going to handle this. Sorry. I'm doing math here. Give me a second. All right, we're going to allow 3 minutes per speaker. You're out of order, Mr. Whitaker. We're going to try to do this within about an hour. At my discretion, I may allow people to have a little bit more time if we're hearing things that we would like to continue. I may also just draw your attention to, if the point that you're trying to make has been made multiple times before, it is your right to say it again. We will not stop you, but I may just draw your attention to it so that you may move on to other points that you may have. It is very helpful for us to hear those points, but once we've heard them once or twice, they've been reflected in the notes, or if you've heard someone else make that point earlier today, then perhaps we could get that time back, use our mental bandwidth to make some good decisions after public comment period has been completed. Just to be fair to the folks who are online, we won't go through everyone in the room and then everyone online. We'll do maybe 2 here and 1 there, and we'll rotate back and forth. But we will start with the sign-up sheet here in the room. Ben Maniscalco, you'll be first up. Thank you very much for coming. And just to give an idea, Sue Walbridge, you'll be next, followed by Dave Bellini.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Maniscalco. I have lived in town for 15 years. On Monday, April 6th at around 3:15 in the afternoon, I witnessed a man smoking weed on a bench outside the Kellogg Hubbard Library. He was angrily cursing into the wind because he could not light his marijuana pipe as young children walked up the stairs behind him. I picked up my children from the library, headed to the drive-through at the bank next to Christ Church, where I had to call the police because someone was face down on the pavement overdosing. My 7-year-old son was in the car and he asked me why I called the police, and I explained that the person needed medical attention immediately. The police sent the paramedics right away. Later that same week, on Friday, April 10th, I was driving downtown and I witnessed a young man in his 20s standing at inside the intersection of State and Main Street. The light was green and the cars were luckily able to avoid him. Myself and another local person tried to coax him out of the road to the sidewalk. When he was not responsive, I called the police. He was standing inside the middle of the intersection with a green light, bent over at the waist, pants around his knees, and he had a dog on a leash. He looked clearly intoxicated. The police arrived in just a couple of minutes. Excuse me. The condition is called anosognosia, ANOSOGNOSIA. It is described as a state of internal mental deterioration to the point where people are unaware of what is happening in regard to their own psychological and physical decline. We see this with Alzheimer's and dementia, as well as those in the throes of alcohol addiction, opiates, crack rock, cocaine, or methamphetamine. The 2022 Montpelier Homelessness Task Force commissioned a study, the Washington County Community of Care Homelessness Research Project. They surveyed 73 individuals. The disclaimer was the authors stated that the results were not generalizable, for lack of a better word, because they may not, in fact, represent the entire unhoused population of Washington County. I still think the results are relevant. The study was in Montpelier, Barry City, Barrytown, and Berlin. Most of the participants were housed. Many of them were housed in local motels. 18% of the 73 people surveyed identified substance use as part of the reason why they became homeless, page 10. 27% of the 73 people surveyed had a substance use disorder or were recovering from it. It is quite clear that substance use disorder is present to at least some degree within the unhoused population here in Montpelier. I sincerely believe that the Montpelier police are doing their best, and generally from what I've seen, the response time is generally fast. I did speak to the chief a couple of weeks ago. It was very clear to me that he has the best interests of the city in mind with regard to public safety. But I agree with what's been said here. I agree with Councilor Brown that it is at best a cumbersome response. The bottom line is that public intoxication is rampant in the capital city. The problem with harm reduction strategies is that they rarely, if ever, address the harm done to the community. We are not showing anyone compassion or empathy if we were to permit public intoxication. We are also setting a horrible example for our children. I'll skip to the end. I believe we need to have 1 or 2 embedded social workers embedded within the police department here. I like the idea of the community response officer. They also do that in Brattleboro, as well as the mobile inebriate unit that was expressed by Julie Bond. The benefits of the social worker could provide focused and individualized support in order to help transition people out of homelessness. Even a small caseload of maybe 4, 6, 8 individuals could potentially make a noticeable difference over time. Hiring a social worker would provide a proactive rather than a reactive approach to public intoxication, which is the problem, not the presence of people experiencing homelessness. Public intoxication is the problem. A social worker could be the initial point of contact when a person is experiencing homelessness and is in crisis. Hiring a social worker could limit the amount of times police would have to be called in cases involving the unhoused. I believe it was about 24% as of earlier this month. Through connecting people with substance use disorder to services through local service providers, there would hopefully be less public intoxication in the community over time. Furthermore, if we had some sort of proactive social worker type of response, social services, the city manager would not have to respond, nor the police department when you have issues with encampments. It would really take the load off of the fire department, the paramedics, and the police department. When you have an overdose in public, the paramedics come, the fire truck, the whole dog and pony show comes to respond, making the city, I imagine, hemorrhage thousands of dollars. I know we are in lean times and there's only so much to go around as far as funding a new position to work alongside of the police department. I think we owe it to those in the throes of addiction and to the people of this community. I've worked in Burlington for the past 17 years and I've witnessed the gradual deterioration of certain parts of the city. It is already happening here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you, man.
Please feel free to forward your text on to us by email so we can, we'd be glad to give it more time. Thank you. All right. We'll now hear from Sue Walbridge, followed by Dave Bellini and then Seth Collins.
Have a leg hip issue, so I'm going to have to do this standing up if I may.
Sure, of course.
Okay. First, I want to say what I was hearing here, community resource officer would be a great idea. Another suggestion is, I don't know if you know that St. Augustine's Church Rectory is for sale. And that little building that looks very little when you look at it, but if you go inside, there are many little small, like apartments, each with a bathroom, and they go up 3 floors. So I don't know, that might be something to be, changed for the homeless to be in. Okay. I'm going to start off here. I'm Sue Walbridge. I am a lifelong resident of Montpelier and 7th generation Vermonter. My life has included being a hospice volunteer, Rhythm of the Rain horse therapy program, and at St. Augustine Soup Kitchen. My parents moved when I was 2 years old from Vine Street over to 11 Monsignor Crosby Avenue, which is a corner house of Monsignor and Wilder Street, right over here, right up and back. And there's Blanchard Park, and that's why I'm here tonight. I've only spoken 2 other times in my lifetime to City Council. This I'm doing is because it's a safety issue. On April 18th, is a Saturday, there was a group of 6 to 8 homeless-looking people, all men except for 2 women that would show up from Wilder Street. Others going up from Downing Street up to the top of Blanchard Park. This all happened between 2 and 6:30 p.m. I decided to take photos. You wouldn't believe all the stuff they were taking up. They were using 7 of Shaw's shopping carts. And I just didn't know what to do about it. So I called the police. But what I didn't know is that the police in the homeless policy, they don't need to come anymore for anything. So I called dispatch 3 times that day, and not knowing about that policy, of course, no police ever came. And they probably could have stopped them from continuing going up with incredible amounts of stuff. And then you can't get city staff on the weekend. So not until Monday, April 20th, the city manager sent an email at 4 p.m. that the encampment had been advised they were being evicted and had the 24 hours on Tuesday to remove it. They did not go. I continue taking photos and sending them, unfortunately, to all the city staff here. Councilors daily showing the pictures of what was going on. I saw lighters being used on top for smoking or cooking or smoking drugs in the middle of the night. If the park is set on fire, many residences are at risk. And a lot of people don't know that most of Blanchard Park is not the whole woods that people see. A lot of the parcels of that wood belong to residences along it. Blanchard's just in the middle. Let's see. So, you need, what are we gonna do? Oh, was that the signal to go?
It was, please find a way to
Okay.
wrap up. Thank you.
So anyways, then there was loud noise going on, campers would leave, and they would leave the shopping carts down on the street, and they could come over and hit our cars. But my concern is many middle and high school age kids go up there. Kids use cell phones to call each other to meet at the top after 3 p.m. It just started 2 days ago. They yell to each other to hurry up because I think the parents don't know that's where they hang out. And an encampment with all the negative things like that, and any page of it, person of any age stepping off the path at the top is in dangerous unknown territory. This encampment got built right at the very top of the path. And to the left and right there is where they built this big thing. And it was a bright green tarp to begin with. And then it kept growing. And then in the middle of the night, I would keep seeing lights going on. And then last Sunday, they changed the tarp to something gray looking, and it was camouflage.
Thank you. We've seen your pictures and received your emails. Thank you very much for your comment.
But it's a safety issue. And I just want to know, why can't we call the police? So why did that happen? Dispatch didn't even say, well, they don't know this. So 3 times I didn't know, and then I got online and I saw some other people had said that they wonder why the police can't come anymore.
No. Thank you, Ms. Walbridge. Would you say something, Manager Curry?
Yeah, I would just say I personally visited that site twice with police officers. It's now cleaned up, and there were aspects of issuing implementing the encampment policy where the campers there said they had not received connection with services. So following the spirit of the encampment policy, we requested that the service providers go out again. And then once they did and had time to vacate, then we initiated the cleanup of that site. Just to let you know.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bellini.
Hello, everyone. Manager Curry, Mayor Rogers. Hope you're doing well tonight. Great discussion offline, by the way, with the people online that I had. I've got a lot to say. I've worked with this population almost all of my adult life as part of a larger population in the Agency of Human Services. So I know I'm thoroughly familiar with the issues. And so are you, by the way, Mayor. I thought your introduction was very good. You framed the issue well. I'll just use some bullet points. I think that designating a spot in the city for an encampment at this time is ill-advised. I think you need a few more legal opinions. You better safe than sorry. Another bullet point. I think the city should decide, the city council should decide, not about people, but about behaviors, that there's certain behaviors that you should have a zero tolerance policy towards. And I'll let you decide what the behaviors are. I have my list, obviously, starting with, violent assaults, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know, I don't have all the answers. I am very much aware that the state has sort of abdicated their responsibility with this problem. And I blame all 3 branches of government equally, because they've all kind of point the fingers at each other. And now it's an election year, and you got all the political parties, too worried about being elected. I hope the city can demonstrate to the state that this is the seriousness of this problem. And the only way the state is going to listen is if they have firsthand knowledge. And I hope the city can give the state of Vermont some firsthand knowledge. And I hope you understand what I'm saying without saying it. We're worried about what happens when people wind up on location A or location B. Imagine if the state had that problem. Then maybe they would be more inclined to provide resources and support to the city. I totally support having social workers, not community resource office, social workers with a master's degree from Boston University. But maybe it doesn't have to, you don't have to go that far, but definitely social workers. And I think the state should pay for them. And I think you need to find leverage with the state. Words may not do it completely, but they need to have skin in the game, if you know what I mean. And I think you should help them with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Bellini. Seth Collins. Seth, after Seth will Reverend Jay. And then we'll go to Mr. Kelman online.
Hello, and thanks for having this meeting. And in my opinion, it's very important to have some type of a permanent shelter with transition to affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, I mean the rents would have to be $500 per month. They'd have to be fixed because it's very difficult to afford anything. It's very difficult for almost anyone to afford anything more than that. And in the future, I believe it would be possible to have some sort of it would be called a summer camp for adults. I mean, it's just because some people do enjoy camping, and it's difficult for them to adjust to apartment lifestyle. So there would be a transition team that would help them move into these apartments. And when I say apartments, I'm thinking something like tiny houses that, like I was saying, would cost them $500 per month. Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate your perspective. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jay Voorhees. I'm a resident of Montpelier. I'm also the pastor at the Trinity United Methodist Church and a member of the board of the Montpelier Emergency Cold Weather Shelter. As I think all of you know, because you heard from one of my neighbors directly, we recently had a pop-up encampment on our property. And we were trying to deal with it and eventually did have to deal with it and shut it down. And as I was telling people they had to leave, their question was, where do we go? And I couldn't give an answer. And I'm in the hope business. I'm supposed to be able to give people hope, but it's difficult to do it when there is no place for people to go. We've heard tonight both about the great things that are happening in our community from service providers, but also the limits that they have. And we have a real issue, which we don't know where people can go. And I say that because as you are having this conversation, that really needs to be the question before you. Where is it that people can go? Because we can't continue to say, you can't exist here. We have a housing system that has no room for people. We have a mental health system that requires voluntary engagement from people that really oftentimes can't engage. We have a criminal justice system that has boundaries and limits to what they can provide along the way. And the system is broken, and we all know it. And even with our encampment policy, we've created a policy that basically doesn't really allow any property to be acceptable for people to be on. So what we've done is we've built this policy that tells people, well, you have a right to be here, but not here or here or here or here. And so I just hope that as you continue this conversation, we're not going to solve this tonight. Anybody who thinks we're going to solve this tonight has not been in this work as long as I have. But I do ask you to really draw on good data, on real data. Don't use the PIT account from January of 2025. Use the latest Act 27 report that's given to the Senate that talks about the increase in numbers of homeless people since that time. Acknowledge that we have a significant gap in shelter between really from June until November. where there are no shelter options, if things, including hotels. We just continue, or I just beg you, really, to continue to ask, where can people go? And to try to see if we can come up with an answer for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Jack. Like we said, after that, we were going to go to Mr. Kelman. Is that right?
Yep, thank you. Peter Kelman. I live in Mountain View Street. Between July 2021 and July 2023, I was deeply involved with homelessness issues in Montpelier, initially as a concerned observer and later as a highly active member of Montpelier Homelessness Task Force. Based on my experiences during that intense 2 years, it is my strong impression that the homelessness crisis we're facing as a city today is qualitatively exactly the same as it has been for the past 4+ years, and is well documented and described in the Parker Advisors Report from 2023. It's not, of course, quantitatively the same. In 2021, there may have been a dozen or so individuals living outside of Montpelier and surrounding towns, where today it is probably 100 or more in Montpelier alone. And of course, these large numbers follow causally from the state's forced April 1st exiting of individuals and families from the remnants of the state-funded motel program that was run during the pandemic and took care of a lot of people. It seems likely to me that it is this quantitative difference that is at least partially responsible for the vociferous complaints that we've heard tonight and elsewhere from residents and downtown business owners about people camping, yelling, cursing, threatening each other, using and dealing drugs, trashing areas near their homes, etc., because there's just so many more people out there. Nevertheless, both the long and the temporary short-term solutions are exactly the same ones that have been identified time and again by those who know and understand the homeless situation throughout the state and the nation, many of which are captured in the agenda packet that was put together by the city manager and her staff. So I just want to skip to the 4 that I have heard again and again and again and suggest that these are the short-term measures we need to figure out a way to do. One is managed legal camping at designated sites during warmer weather. You just heard the Reverend saying, in the summer, the people don't have any place to go. There are no shelter options, very, very few. 2, public hygiene facilities, which I haven't heard people mention, including toilets and showers, which would, by the way, also be available to residents, because they're not in the bathrooms in downtown, tourists, long-distance bike riders and runners, etc. 3, cold weather emergency shelter for those needing and wanting it. And I don't mean just when temperatures drop to below 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Are you kidding me? Have you ever slept outside when it's 35? That is cold. Number 4, a large number and variety of safe public places where all sorts of people can hang out. And I mean all sorts of people. Some might simply be more benches and picnic tables. Others might be more elaborate, providing shade and or protecting users from the elements. But these would not be located near schools, along the Siboney path, or in the heart of the downtown shopping area. The fact is, we know what needs to be done. The question is, do we have the problem-solving skills and the ethical willpower to do it, despite the possible costs, the potential risks, and some likely missteps? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelman. I'll line up the next 3, and then Ms. Pruitt, I just have a question. Is there another option for the time is up sound? They're not great. Okay. All right. Another time. All right. What's that? You ask her as it is. We'll take it for now. All right. So we're going to move on to Mr. Whitaker, followed by Ms. Siegel, followed by Ms. McGuirk. Did I say that correctly? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Whitaker.
Good evening, Steve Whitaker again. These are some unorganized notes from what I've heard so far tonight. You've heard, and I'll reiterate that the policy, and I wish you would have asked the state's attorney directly. I suspect she would answer truthfully that if we bring her a criminal case of trespassing based on a policy that is not a city ordinance, she will refuse to prosecute it. So what we are doing is intimidating people under the color of law and just bullying them around from place to place. And it's immoral, it's illegal, it's an immoral, and it's actionable. So I do want that to be perfectly clear, and I would encourage you to ask Ms. Donnelly if she will prosecute someone trespassing on public land when it's based on a policy and not an ordinance. And I'm surprised I even have to discuss this. It's absurd that we don't already have that common understanding amongst us. So if we neglect folks to the point where they become in mental distress, then we apply Band-Aids. We're going to pay money for, drunk taxis, et cetera. The part of the problem is that we refer to this problem, them, those people, the vagrants, refer to all the negative things. These are people. These are not situations. These are not situations awaiting a table. There are many folks who are full functioning construction workers. They don't have housing and they're sleeping rough, so to speak. And they need showers. They need a place. People need a certain amount of privacy. A congregate shelter is not providing dignity. This idea that we're going to expand the 15 bed, to have spent 20 grand on a 24-foot room with one bathroom and no shower it's absurd. That's mismanagement at the most fundamental level, that we treated that city hall basement solution as a solution. I talked to people who went there one night and would never go again, no matter what the other alternatives are. But to be that within inches of somebody else, listening to their noises and smelling their smells, no one gets any rest. People get further mental distress. So Reverend Jay used the phrase, where do they go? It's like, what about being? Shouldn't people just be allowed to be? So there is a written proposal that has very well researched, if I might say so myself, of the places where we have water and sewer connections accessible. We could put toilet and shower trailers. I encourage that we not put more than 8 to 12 people at any one location, but that the management entity have the authority, the overall umbrella permit, to match the compatible people to the locations. And that's a key point, because there are different people who make more noise or who get along or who drink, and that cannot be compatible with the family, with the kids next door to the church. There's no reason Reverend Jay's backyard couldn't be used for 2 or 3 people, right? So there are many situations, but the large congregation of destitute folks is not going to work ever. But the only time that you would need criminal involvement is if someone creates a public disturbance or violence at one of these sites, and the cops need to be involved, because just like the city can't no trespass from someone from public land, neither can the nonprofit operator. So at that point, a criminal charge and conditions of release is the solution to keep that person away from the place where they are disturbing the peaceable camping of all the others. So there's a written proposal for this. We've got Steve Ribellini willing to help get the shower and toilet trailers on 1216 Main. There are competent management people in the community. So I would ask you to move on it and flesh out the details and the funding requirements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitaker. Brenda Siegel. Thank you.
I'm Brenda Siegel, the Executive Director of End Homelessness Vermont. We work primarily with people living with disabilities. We have two departments, just so you know, the Office of Housing Advocate, where we do all our direct service, and it's statewide, and we have several clients in this area, quite a lot actually. And we have a research department, and we are in the middle of a longitudinal study. I just want to say one data point. I'd be happy to come back and present some of our research, but we were able to interview 200 people, and 7.5% had active substance use disorder. So just to make sure that we're using data.
Just repeat those numbers one time.
We interviewed 200 people, and I will get into the details of the research if I come back, but 7.5% of them had active substance use disorder. So I think it's really important to understand that. Also, this is not an exact number because I don't know the exact percentage, but around 76 off the top of my head, but around 76% had a physical health condition. And so I know that it was really important to somebody with lived experience who is here that we name that that not everybody who is experiencing homelessness has a mental health condition or is causing challenges, but there is quite a large number who have physical health conditions and are in our aging population. So I wanted to communicate that on behalf of him because he's not here right now. Also, I think that there has to be a place for people to camp. When our clients are exited, we sometimes have people on oxygen. We sometimes have folks who are in wheelchairs, and we have to be able to set a stable place for them if they are outside. That is just a reality that is very necessary. And when that stability is there, there is less likely to be challenges. We also work with people who have been known to be incredibly challenging clients. They are people who other providers have maybe not been able to work with because we work with very high needs. We have been very successful in getting them to a place where they are able to be stable in the setting they are in, and they are able to be housed successfully. We have a 97.5% housing retention rate once people are housed because we continue to work with people then in permanent housing. I think that that's really, really important to understand that people who are struggling are not I think a community resource officer, for example, we have not seen that be successful. We think that the more positive outcome is putting that money towards services and support for people and permanent housing for people. That particular thing is taking those resources away from what can actually be a successful outcome. Ticketing people is not going to change that they are struggling. That is not going to change it. Also, we have a pilot mobile health unit proposal. If anybody would like to know about it, I'm happy to send it send it to you folks. We had it prepared for a grant that we applied for. And it is because we work with people with high needs. We already work with 4 volunteer nurses. So this would be a way to expand that work that we do. Also, I think that it's really important to note that H984, the bill that is in the legislature right now, will significantly reduce emergency shelter, not only during the summer months that you heard about, from 1,100 rooms to 700 rooms, but also from in the winter months, which right now there is not a limit, it will go to 1,000 rooms. This year in your community and across the state, we saw at least 3 exposure deaths. We are going to see more exposure deaths in that setting. And so that's something that when you all are making your plans, it's really important to think about. And the last thing that I want to note, and I'm happy again to come back and give more information about what I think is really critical, but when you're thinking about designated camping areas, people with disabilities cannot reach lots of areas. So it's really, really important that they are able to get a wheelchair there, that they are able to put a cot in a tent, that there is access to electricity in at least some of those areas, and that they have access to a accessible bathroom and an accessible shower, because we had, for example, a client who was outside in this district for 3 days a year ago, 2 years ago, and he had MS and was in a wheelchair and was not able to use the bathroom, was not able to eat. And if we had not been able to find a room for him to go to and an accommodation, he wouldn't have survived. So I think that's really important. I'm sorry to leave you on that note, but I think there are ways that you can bring this to you can set an example, but hopefully the example that you set is not punishing suffering, but rather the example that you set is that there are solutions within our community and our incredible providers that can actually bring, if we're well resourced enough, we can actually bring the tools that you need to make your community stronger, including the people experiencing homelessness.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I do think that there's room for further conversations. Be happy to engage with that, even if it's just one-on-one.
Absolutely.
I would like to, at the risk of appearing to push back, and it's not my intention, right? To say that we are not necessarily well resourced. I mean, a lot of the solutions are if we are well resourced enough, and the fact is we kind of aren't.
Right.
And organizations like yours, not yours, but yours, and you used the phrase that when they're exited from our programs, one of the difficulties that the municipalities face is that when someone no longer meets the barrier of Good Samaritan or your program or another program, they're exited from those programs. And the question is still, where will they go? And the answer winds up being on the streets of the municipality. And so it's really
Just want to correct that. Whatever, we have a no reject policy, so nobody is exited from our program.
Great, I love
a single person ever in the whole time the years that we've operated. However, what I meant was when people are exited from hotels or exited from shelter or exited from additional programs. So we have folks lots of people in our caseload who other providers did not have. They aren't working with these people with high needs, disabilities, and so they needed our support. And one of the requirements we have when somebody refers to us is that they continue to work with them so that we create a team of support around them.
Thank you so much for all of your work and for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to Ms. McGuirk.
Hi, everybody. My name is Allie McGurk. I live on St. Paul Street. I'm a new member of the Homeless Committee, and this is my first meeting, really. So learning a lot of what's going on specifically in Montpelier. I am so grateful to all the expertise in this room and the chance for everyone to do this mind meld. It's interesting to me that there's no housing authority or housing provider present, because in my mind, the solution to all of these issues is housing and housing resources. I've worked in housing services in Boston and in Burlington for about 7 years. And I encourage the city council to look into the practice of housing first. I know that Montpelier as a city is not resourced to build, a bunch of permanent housing units or provide a bunch of people with security deposit funds, but housing first as a practice is evidence-based on a community level, very cost-saving method that basically is the principle that none of the issues, mental health, substance misuse, anything is going to be achievable for most folks without the stability of housing. So I think just trying to reorient away, the Band-Aids are so very important and very much needed, but trying to be grounded in the reminder that the real big goal is to get people housed. Another side note is that the mental health outreach gentleman sort of said it as an offhand comment, but it's something that's really unique to Vermont, and I think is part of what law enforcement is coming up against and what community members are calling you guys a lot about is this fact that people are in acute crisis outside. So whether that's psychiatric crisis or substance misuse crisis, Vermont has very high standards for admitting people into psychiatric care for like a temporary hold, 72 hours or something like that. And that makes it really hard for people to stabilize and allows people to do a lot of damage to their life, whether they're homeless or not. So if in Massachusetts, it's called Section 12 and Section 35. So I think that would be a state level advocacy point that we as a city could try to maybe bring to the attention of our legislators. I think that forced hospitalization doesn't work in a lot of contexts, but for a lot of people's wellness, it's a really lifeline for people. So those are my two main points. Just grateful for all of the mental health outreach shelter providers. I mean, allowing people encampment to have encampments feels like the bare minimum, but nothing will change without the solution of housing, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Quirk. And thank you for your willingness to serve on the homelessness committee. This looks like David Sweat. Is that what it says? Hey, okay, so just go ahead and get yourself lined up. And then after that, we will have Mr. Hughes followed by Mr. McGrath. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name's David Sweat. I live in Montpelier. The city looks much better than when I got here 3 years ago. I just would like to make 2 points. When you rebuild East State Street, you guys are going to put a lot of money into that. If you were to lower, I don't know what the footprint is. Earlier, someone was saying that there's a lot of private houses around there. Right now, you have 1 or 2 official entrances. You have a lot of, if you were to drop that hill, take the top off it, it's all ledge. It would be cheaper to build the retaining wall. You'd be able to control the groundwater. My only other point is, when you rebuild the golf course, there's a proposal to put in a tram or an aerial lift. That's a pipe dream, but everybody lights their bridges up. If you actually had a tram that went from the golf course to like up there, you'd make more money. You'd have more tourists.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I will not trying to pick on you, but please, let's keep our comments to the topic on the agenda.
I thought it was a general.
That's okay. You know, bygones. We appreciate you, Mr. Sweat. All right, Mr. Hughes, you're up.
This is Zach Hughes. I'm the chair of the homelessness committee, recovering from an infection, so I'm not down there with you tonight. So much I could say. I'm going to try to save energy. I'm just going to say that I'm grateful for this tonight. I did write a few of you a letter. So, you know, the letter indicates some concerns I have. I do have a concern about the current policy of what we're doing, and I don't mean to regurgitate it, but we're going to deal with this tomorrow. Possibly an encampment could pop up again. It will happen again, and then it will happen again. And then what? We need something tonight, tonight or soon. And your committee, your homelessness committee, started this role a little bit. This is why we requested that consult with legal counsel. We mean business when it needs to happen, because you're going to get more. But I also am going to ask the citizens of Montpelier, where are they supposed to go? We're willing to provide the service, but I want to know, where are they supposed to go? And I haven't gotten a good answer. I didn't get a reply to the letter that I sent. No, thank you for this. Maybe you guys were busy. I get it. But we do hard work. And when I sit down and do a letter, it really means business. And I think people sue the city because the city doesn't listen. And I really have a concern about where people are supposed to go. It's great we have the policy. I'm going to continue to work with Kelly as she sends those notes. But sometimes I want to send a note back and say they have nowhere to go. So where do you want me to send them? Back to California? Because that is what we have. And I need everyone in the city to realize it. And you're going to tell me, well, it's not our responsibility. Well, it is when they live here or they stay here. So the other thing, I just want to thank y'all for calling the state's attorney back in, because I think people need to understand Vermont laws. Because when I first read about Vermont laws, when I had nothing better to do back in the early 2000s, I was shocked. And there's just so many variables. And thanks to the police department for putting up the state's attorney closeout memos. Those are helpful. I urge citizens to visit those so that they don't keep asking, why aren't we doing something? Those memos are useful. I'm going to close for the night. We're going to continue to work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes, and thank you for your work on the homelessness committee as well. Mr. McGrath.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Harold McGrath, Montpelier resident. Yes, I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. I know it's a sensitive subject and passionate, but I will say one thing. I have a few things, and I talk to the mayor or whatever, and I'll stick to the points. I think, for one thing, is that we enable as city council, chief of police, lack of public police presence. We don't enforce, starting with, Sean Burke, the chief of police from Burlington, started having a police presence in the city downtown, walking down and just not arresting people, but dumping the alcohol. It starts with getting the alcohol off the streets and pushing people away. When you have zero police presence, you have people going from 7 o'clock and then in the morning till 9 o'clock in the morning from Shaw's stealing because there's zero police presence. They're drinking alcohol from sun up till sundown. Berry Street, bike path, Main Street, zero police presence. Everybody should look themselves in the mirror. The chief of police said, we're not the answer. Well, you could be if you started. We all could be as a team putting this together. But I'm telling you, it starts with getting the alcohol off the streets. We have a public ordinance of no open container. I find that very hard to believe that there hasn't been thousands since the pandemic. And I'll end it with this. Police presence, public safety, keep the public safe. Chief of police, whatever, you can say what you want. I don't believe you're doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. We don't have anyone else on our list or with their hands raised. But because there was a direct comment made towards the police department and the police are here, if you would like to respond, I would welcome that. I'm not asking you to respond. Okay. Thank you.
I would just say the police have reported to me that the number of foot patrols that they have been doing is record high. And, we have a staffing where we have 2 to 3 people on at any one shift to cover the whole city and provide mutual aid and take people to Department of Corrections. And, as we have heard, the police are not the solution to the condition of homelessness in our community, but they are playing a significant role, and I think are the first responders in many of these cases.
I will also just add, because Mr. McGrath mentioned that he had spoken to me, he did speak to me at my office. My office is on Stonecutter's Way, and there is often a large congregation of people and a constant party happening on the benches right out front of my office. And I have seen on multiple occasions, police officers arrive when there is no emergency. There doesn't appear to have been a call. I don't know if there was a call. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Sometimes it's just conversation and relationship building. I'll say I also know a lot of those folks and have been building relationships with those people because they are people and they are out there. They have names, they have stories. And through those relationships, I'm also able to ask them, hey, would you please don't take up so much of the bike path? Would you please consider cleaning up after yourselves? And as Beth Ann Mayer pointed out, that when these relationships exist from person to person, people are often receptive and to order and norms. And so that is the thing. So Mr. McGrath, thank you for your comment, but It is not true that the police are not doing anything. Oh, Mr. Russell. Sorry, I couldn't read that far away. My eyes are getting tired. Mr. Russell, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Ken Russell, I'm the director of Another Way in Montpelier. I just want to say that the police have been fantastic whenever we've called them. They are incredibly responsive. I feel guilty sometimes bugging them over when I do, I'm aware of limited resources, but they've been incredibly responsive. And we are great partners for us. We try to hold people accountable for their behavior and also treat people as Mr. Mayor McGuinn was talking about. These are people who are responsive to being in good relationship. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
So this brings us a little bit full circle. I started us out by saying that I chose the opening offering partly because of what Ken Russell had said about their approach at Another Way, just being about being good neighbors. And that does extend to all of us who are housed. It extends to all of us who are unhoused. We all have a responsibility to each other to be good neighbors and don't be jerks. And that goes in all directions. So with that, I don't see any more desire for public comment. So I'm going to move us forward to the next item in the agenda, which is council discussion. It's anybody's game, but I would like to suggest, could you bring up your slide of, it is in the memo, there is a list of current efforts, some potential short-term possibilities, some potential long-term possibilities. I would like to throw out to council that if one of these speaks to you, let's start with this list. Or if there's something that's not on the list that you know of, let's throw it on the list. But let's allow ourselves a little bit of time to just ask the what if question, because any real action is going to come first out of us asking, what if something, and what if might lead us to, that would be a terrible idea for any number of reasons. That's okay. Let us allow ourselves to say what if, regardless of what the idea is, and then whittle our way down to what we really can do. So at this time, it's also up on Zoom for anyone else who wants to look at it. Is there anyone, Councilor Gill, please and thank you. Yeah, let's go.
Because I'm tired and just get these conversations started. So I'm not here to solve this issue tonight, but I think it's complex. It's a puzzle. It's a societal issue that's not just here in Montpelier. This knows no borders. It is Montpelier, it's Vermont, it's across the country, and we are not going to solve this tonight. But I think the way my brain works is I look at gaps and opportunities. And I think one of the gaps here tonight is, we've heard a lot from our providers, from, the folks that are working on the ground, from our, public safety. And, I think we're missing another side of the story. I get a lot of emails, I talk to a lot of people, and they will not come here. They will not show up in public to say, we're afraid for our children. I mean, it's the families that have young children that are afraid to walk in town. They're afraid to walk to school. A lot of my neighbors have, unhoused in their backyards, and it's scary. And so, I think I spend probably way too much time thinking about this, but I'm like, well, why is that? Why are people afraid? And, I think it comes down to, what Mark, you said, it's about building relationships, right? And it's about behaviors and how do we coexist? Because this is not going away. I was in Atlanta last week and man, that place is wild. I mean, if you think Montpelier is bad, just go spend a couple days in Atlanta. It is really, I can't even explain to you what it is, but I go out to different cities across the country and I bring my children because we're fortunate enough to do that, to expose them to different types of communities and environments. And I think it's coming up with opportunities and education to coexist in this world. And, you spend time talking to, folks that sit on a bench and, walk around town that, might look kind of scary to a 5 or 6 year old. And, one of the things that I really think is really important. I know the homelessness committee, and I think it was someone sent this to me. I can't remember who it was, but there was a proposal a couple years ago to bring in a group to the schools, so the schools can be a really good partner, and they're not here, right? So I think the schools is a missing partner in this piece, and talking about classism and how do we all work together and coexist in this world, because we're not going to solve this problem. I mean, we can have more housing, we can have 30 more police here, we could have mobile public health clinic units. I mean, but that means that more people are going to come, because we're going to be so inviting and so welcoming that, I mean, I would. And I think that's, I would come and eat the food, and I would come get the services, because that's what we're providing. And so how do we strike this balance of what we can provide and, what we're willing to, tolerate, but also while educating? Like, I think it is such a complex system. And I think us as council, we have to focus on what policies, what ordinances, what limited, very, very limited money we have to, what's going to be our biggest return on investment. I mean, I think partnerships are huge. I think working with the schools would be huge. And I don't know where we would spend our money for the biggest return on investment, because it's such a big puzzle, but it's not going away. And behavior is, I think, a really big piece of this that we can control through policy and education. That's all I got to say right now. That's what was on my mind.
Okay, thank you. Manager Curry?
I'd like to put out one tangible solution that a request that we heard tonight, which is if council would be willing to open the dumpster shelter and then we can have intent. I think we can start and respond to a very definitive time bound.
Hard to hear you.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't have my microphone on, Jim. I'm sorry. I said maybe a small action to start with for council to respond to is the immediate time-bound request to open the downstairs shelter on May 8th, 9th, and 10th. Because the ordinary shelter is unable to access the space they usually use.
And to be clear, this would be under the same sort of arrangement as the warming shelter was, that Montpelier Colds will be responsible for the space. We will open up the space for them to use. Is that correct? No. Oh, it's for Capstone. Okay. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you. Manager Curry, do we have some sense for council of what the cost or risks would be to doing that? We know what the benefits are.
I don't think any more than what you took on. We don't have an active MOU, I believe, with Capstone to use that space similarly to how we did with the Montpelier Cold organization, but I think we can figure that out.
Okay, Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I don't know if the MOU needs to come to us for approval. I wouldn't think so.
I don't.
So I think you need us to make more people direct you or authorize you to work out and get that done.
How about, may I suggest you make that motion? We get a second and we can discuss it.
Microphone.
Oh, is your microphone on? I think we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry, it was off.
I turned some of them off during the break because there was confusion during the break.
So sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, then I move that we authorize the city manager to develop and enter into an MOU with Capstone Community Action for the use of the basement of City Hall as temporary shelter.
For
May
8th, 9th, and 10th. Great. Good. As amended?
Okay, sure.
Great, thanks. Is there a second? There's a second. All right. Is there any discussion around this?
I just have a question. Who would manage, so Capstone would manage it? So they would bring in staff, their volunteers, just like we did in the. Okay.
You're the Unitarian Church most times, right? And they have another event at that time, so they
Okay.
need another space.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Sheridan, just because you're not in the room, do you have any questions or comments about this?
No, I'm fine with the motion. Oh, sorry.
I don't see you muted, but also don't hear you. Now
I'm
you are
fine.
muted.
I am fine with the motion. Can you not hear me? Can you hear me now? I can't hear you now either.
I can hear you, Jim.
The settings seem to be that the people online can hear each other, but we can't hear what's going on there and they can't hear us.
We've almost got it. Hold, stand by. All right, we're back. Jim, please say something.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we've got you. All right. Did you have any questions or comments? I'm just checking in because you're not in the room and it's not always as easy to know when you want to say something.
No, I was fine with the motion that was made.
Okay, great. Then I think yes, Councilor Alfano.
Way to arrange the language of the MOU so that this could be handled administratively in the future.
I think because your policy has been for an emergency winter shelter, that without further direction on the expansiveness of how you would want the city hall space to be used, I would feel like I'd need to come back to you for that conversation. So we can have that direction now and discuss that, or I can come back, based on what you might think in a more expanded way. And May 8th, 9th, and 10th was just sort of a very discrete thing to open up the conversation and agree on or not. But if you want to consider further use of that, I would need that direction from you.
May 8th, 9th, and 10th just happens to be, next week, or there may come a time when May 8th, 9th, and 10th is too far, away from a meeting. It seems like a kind of no-brainer decision, frankly.
If I might suggest that if after we get through this motion, that if there's a subsequent motion to direct Manager Curry to develop what that sort of standing instruction might be and might look like, apart from this particular set of dates, that might be a good motion for us to entertain separately, just to keep it cleaner.
Sure.
Just a suggestion. All right. Is there any further discussion? All right, let's take a vote. The motion on the floor is to authorize the city manager's office to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Capstone to use the downstairs space at City Hall to operate a shelter on May 8th, 9th, and 10th. Did I get that right? Yeah, thanks. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Okay, any opposed? None. The motion passes unanimously. Manager Curry, do you have what you need on that?
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you, Capstone, for your partnership. Was there another motion that came out of that discussion?
Do we need a motion for that? You can,
I don't know that we necessarily, I think we could.
we'll look at the MOU and.
I guess I'm just unclear as to under what conditions you would authorize me to permit a provider to use the city hall space. If it is, in this case, it is their ordinary shelter that operates all the time. It has a restriction around the use for a certain number of days. So if it's sort of a temporary time-bound thing and that's how you want to, direct me to authorize and approve those, great. I can do that. If you want to set, from one night to 4 nights or something less than a certain number of nights in a row, those kind of things I think would be helpful for me to understand. Because I don't have a sense, I wasn't here for those conversations around opening that for the winter use. And you did have some criteria around how that space was used. That criteria obviously doesn't apply this time of year. And so just thinking through additional criteria would be helpful direction for me.
Councillor Khan.
So, on the actionable plan, city staff suggested there is a short-term facilities under that year-round shelter at City Hall. So tonight we can accept this, right? Then will it be a solution for that question? Because city staff already recommended as a short-term possibility.
I wouldn't consider these recommendations. I would consider these ideas for you to consider.
Okay, so can we consider this idea to consider?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was asking because it's on the list. So is it okay for us maybe to talk about this? Then you don't need a future motion because it is already here. I assume there was a study, right, done. So that's why it is on the list.
There's not. No, so we would have to come back, I think, further vetting and thinking that through. And what that means for other use at City Hall, how that interacts with our planning around rebuilding that space, because we're starting to enter into that phase as well. And so, I'd be happy to explore that and come back because again, you'd have to identify a provider. I'm not sure kind of what the code
says. Should we do this then? Because instead of make a specific motion about the use, just see what are the positives and negatives, then we can make a motion or we can decide what to do after seeing that study.
So I think what I'm hearing is that if we do what you're possibly suggesting, it would take care of what Councillor Alfano is asking about, which is basically to say, we would like for staff to come back to let us know what would be the cost, the risks to doing that, and what would the timeline look like. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
I would want us to do kind of a feasibility assessment around what that would look like.
Councillor Brown, did you have?
Yeah, I would be more comfortable if we didn't get into that level of specific planning and decision-making right now. I think we've got a great, I copied this in my notes and I've put in lots of other things that people have said where I thought maybe they might go. And we're not going to be able to go through all of this tonight and decide, yes, we want to do this and no, we don't want to do that. So I would rather we just kind of get a sense of what some of the possibilities might be, and then we come back and have a bigger conversation where we actually make decisions. I wouldn't feel comfortable making a decision to direct the city manager to start a year-round shelter right now. There's a whole lot more that has to come before that.
I don't know that, I mean,
I did ask that.
There could be a motion to say, direct her to open a citywide year-round shelter, but what I think I'm hearing is direct her to come back with information so that we could make a determination if that was the course we wanted to take.
That's correct. That's what I was trying to say.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. If I don't want to speak for the manager.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't need to speak for the manager. I speak for myself that I think that the questions that we want to ask or the questions that we will want to have answered, the information we will want brought back to us, I'm not totally clear what that is. And I don't think we know that right now. So I think, so that's, I don't really want to get into that level of decision making right now.
Okay, I hear that.
Yeah, but I think that the city manager will, I'm sure she will, based on this discussion, come back to us with thoughts about this. And then we will be able to have a bigger conversation and be able to make more of a decision.
Okay, heard. Do you have anything to add before someone decides if we should move on or make a motion of some kind?
I think what I'm hearing is a request for something of an initial assessment before diving too deep into practical and operational matters around running a year-round shelter at City Hall. And so, yes, I can definitely come back with that. Again, you guys have a limited budget as well, so it would be critical to keep that in mind too.
Counselor Cohn, does that get you what you were trying to get at, or not?
Yeah, I'm all okay. Even if one of us suggests something, I'm okay to say, yes, let's look into this. So I am okay, whatever Kelly wants to do. I just suggested because of the motion discussion, and also this is listed on as a short-term possibility. So it is not like something, oh my God,
Sure.
like it can't be happening. That's why I mentioned that. Thanks.
Counselor Gill, did you twitch over there?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to like figure out how we're gonna have this conversation without spending the next 2 hours debating over certain topics here. So, I mean, for me, it'd be helpful to know what the next step is. Like, what are we working towards tonight? Like, what do we want to accomplish by the time we leave, whenever that is? And then what is the follow-up? Because, I mean, as Counselor Brown said, like, we're not gonna have time to go through each of these topics, but, you know, kind of thinking about that 60,000 foot view as to, you know, what is within our sphere of control? What can we focus on? Thinking about the biggest, you know, return on our investment, like our effort versus impact, and like, what are our values, right? Like, we have our strategic, I keep thinking about our strategic plan. We have our strategic plan. I'm like laser focused on our strategic plan. We've got housing. We have multiple strategies that we're working on housing. Like, I mean, I'm not going to go through all them because it's probably a huge list. We know that housing is a problem, and we are like tackling that head on. We probably won't get down to $500 a month rent, but I mean, you know, I think we're trying to look at all different types of housing. We're looking at economic development, right? Look at our downtown. We have tons of businesses coming into downtown, which is fantastic. Lots of storefronts getting filled with businesses. Oh my God, what's the third one? That's all I think about is housing and economic development. Infrastructure, of course. How can I forget about our roads? Duh. Yes, our infrastructure. Yes, I will never forget. But that is what we agree to. So we agree to those three big buckets of work. And, you know, we're playing whack-a-mole right now, right? Like, the city staff is going here, we're going there, we're going here, we're going there. It's, you know, not an efficient use of time. And so if we're going to focus on these three buckets efficiently and effectively and actually make some systemic changes and movement in those three areas, how do we address this? Like, you know, these allocate, authorize, convene, you know, advocate in a way that allows our staff to do their jobs and trying to tackle those three big buckets while also knowing that this is taking up a huge amount of time. And so I think that's where I would like to focus our time and energy in terms of like, where do we direct the city manager to focus time and energy, effort, impact, so that we can also focus on accomplishing our three strategic priorities. And it's not going to be a perfect match, but I mean, I think something's going to have to give, because we're not going to accomplish those three things very well if we're keeping a lot of our staff in response mode.
Sure. Counselor Alfano.
Well, I would just say that I don't think this issue is unrelated to economic development.
Yeah.
If we don't manage this issue, we'll have a harder time with economic development. If we had the money, I would recommend a community resource officer to help relieve other service providers, and particularly the police department, who I know are stressed with responding to issues surrounding this population. But I don't know what we do. I mean, What do we have?
I
We have-
think what's helpful direction in this conversation is if, as an idea, you have support as a body to us, because, then a grant falls in our lap for a CRO, or a partnership emerges where we can contribute $10,000 for it, then we can move forward on it. But if it's an idea that's not palpable at all, it would be helpful to know that too. And so I guess it would be great for the rest of the board to respond to what you're saying is a priority that you'd like to see. Is that also a priority that others on this board would like to see?
That's good. Counselor Gill, and then I think I'm going to go around the room.
So I think, we go a little bit into the past. So our schools had a school resource officer a couple years ago that was cut from the budget. And I don't know if a community resource officer is going to give us the biggest return on our investment and have a good, I think we need to look at some root causes, right? So, when I listened, I have 5 pages of notes here, and I think I circled the word alcohol like 1,000 times. And so when we think of alcohol, and I know that there's communities out there that are using medical interventions, and the city's not going to take the lead on a medical intervention program, but, is there an opportunity to, partner more closely with the hospital and, I'm not a medical professional, but I know the naltrexone is a tool to help alleviate, that feeling of wanting to drink alcohol. I don't know all the technical terms, but, if you have those medical interventions, you cure that, there are treatments that don't cost a huge amount of money. And I feel like not a huge amount of money for that type of treatment gives you a big return on investment rather than just a Band-Aid onto the problem. And I don't like we have a lot of Band-Aids. So I want to get to a root cause, invest in that, work with our partners, and really start solving some of these chronic issues, so that the end goal is if someone, who is an alcoholic gets on naltrexone, gets stabilized, starts recovering, then gets into housing. It's like that, pathway to homeownership. That's not the case. I don't know. That's not true.
We've also heard housing first a number of times.
Yeah.
So the idea of getting off of alcohol as a pathway to getting housing is maybe a lot easier to quit drinking if you have stable housing, right? So also in the case of the medical treatment, I'm not sure that's something that is within the city's sphere. I mean, if there are partnerships to be had with the hospital or with alcohol cessation programs, et cetera, that we could support, that would be one thing. But I think that for the city to try to enter into that is that's not in our wheelhouse, I think. I do think, however, and it's come up, that the idea of allowing that downstairs space to be outfitted for use by a partner organization to have a year-round shelter is something that I'm hearing broad curiosity about, or support for that idea, if it pencils and makes sense. So I'd like to go around the room and just get a sense of if everyone agrees that that staff should look into that and bring back something more concrete for us to really discuss. Because it's true, tonight we're not going to be able to say, yes, we're opening that shelter tomorrow. We can do it for a few nights, but we need to understand more what it would mean to do it for the full year in order to make an educated decision. Does that sound correct? Councilor Brown, you're nodding. Okay, it sounds like you're Councilor Alfano. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, all right.
Great. Councilor Gill, also a nod. Councilor Cohen, I know your answer, 2 thumbs up. Councilor Sheridan, do you feel like this is a direction that would be well spent staff time?
Sure.
Okay. Councilor Curry, what questions do you have? Sorry, Manager Curry, Ms. Curry, Kelly, what? It's getting late. I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, I think I have what I need to consider this topic, evaluate it critically, and bring back important discussion questions for you all to wrestle with around it.
Great. And I think councilors, if you have more specific thoughts that come up afterwards and say, I'd like for this to be part of that, we'll just email them to Manager Curry. Yes, Counselor
I
Gill.
have one more idea, and then I'm just gonna be done. The brain is clearly not functioning very well. So what I did spend some time looking at the encampment policy, and, you know, it's very reactive, right? It's like, it's reactive to situations. And so one of the things, I mean, this is tricky because, and this is controversial, but I don't want to be controversial, but I want to say it.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. So when we look at our downtown, I hear from businesses, I hear from, you know, there's, you know, people loiter in town. And so I said before, education, I think this is like so multi-pronged. So not one solution is going to solve this problem. So one, I will reiterate, education, I think, is important among our students and our families, and talking about class and behavior. But I think also simultaneously, the behaviors in town are, you know, sometimes not tolerable. And I think that would, what's the word I'm looking for? It would hurt our economic development strategy. And so, you know, is there a way to, are there other municipalities in Vermont that have different types of tools like ordinances or, you know, policies that look at, you know, loitering? And we got to be very careful about constitutional protections and looking at like state laws because you have your First Amendment rights. But like, is there certain restrictions that we could have just so that, you know, we can focus on economic development and limit panhandling and loitering? I don't know.
Counselor Sheridan.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up two things. One is very simple that I think we can get going on right away, that was talked about. We can kind of try to figure out where some picnic tables can go, where unhoused can congregate that are not necessarily in the main walkways or anything like that. You know, it's not a whole lot of money. I mean, they do need some place to sit down. I went down Stonecutter's Way and there were about a dozen of them on the benches. But if we put some benches or picnic tables somewhere, you know, that's a little out of the way so that they could sit there or something like that, that would seem like an easy thing to maybe try to figure out where some spots could be. That's one thing. The other thing, we heard a lot about housing is the problem. And I'm going to take you back to 1999 when I was first on the council and I got the reputation as a housing advocate. And I made a statement at that time that if you do not have a base, you cannot be a productive member of society and you have no stability. As someone who lived a life and was always on the move, the mindset is you're just going day to day because you don't have any kind of stability or a place where you can even be. So what I'm thinking of, I'm going to throw out a crazy idea, but we have a lot of properties that maybe we could give 5 acres, 10 acres for $1 to one of these groups that's spoken tonight that talked about we need housing or we need some place for them to go. And maybe they would accept it. And that could be a place where they could go that the city does not own anymore. Because even if you have a tent that's there every night, you have some stability. But when you are moved constantly, you have no stability and it's day to day and nothing is going to change or improve for these people until they have any kind of stability. And a tent somewhere that they know is going to be there gives them some stability. Maybe they can use that as the first stepping stone to improve their lives. But you know, we're going to give 20 acres away to $1 for developers. Well, can we give 5 acres somewhere, 10 acres somewhere to one of these groups that maybe they can use it to set up maybe 5 or 6 encampment areas so there can be some separation. That's about all I can come up with right now, but I know it's kind of a crazy idea, but I don't hear any kind of ideas about any kind of housing that is going to be for these people. Because even if we build affordable housing, they're not going to be able to afford it. You heard the guy saying a $500, but they don't even have right now an area where they can tent. So how are they going to get any stability? Nothing's going to change downtown if they don't have any stability. So that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sheridan. I'm going to pull out two things that I heard, because I think there was overlap between your first thing and Councilor Gill's, but there were opposite directions at a similar sort of symptom. Councilor Gill was talking about behaviors in town, loitering, public drinking, etc., and what to do about them. I didn't hear a solution there, but I did hear that that was one of the main things to address. And then Councilor Sheridan, I heard you bring back one of the ideas that we have heard, which was designating areas, whether it was picnic benches or some seating, but places where people can go. And one of the questions we've heard come up again and again, where do they go? That's not necessarily a solution to where do they go to have a stable place to go home every night, but it at least addresses a little bit of the question of, hey, if we don't allow congregating in this area, or we don't allow public drinking in this area, if there is some area where people can go, I think that's what I'm hearing you say. Did I get that right, Councilor
Yes,
Sheridan?
you did. Yes.
Thoughts on this, the desirability or feasibility of this idea? We're throwing everything out on the table, right? We're asking what if. Councilor Brown.
I would to for somebody to spend a little bit of time looking at where there might be possible places we could put some picnic tables and some benches that were not interfering with other things happening in the community.
Okay.
I'm not really sure where those places would be, but I think if we can find spots, not so much that we are then telling people you can't be here on Main Street, you have to go over there, but more just that there are places available that are not, in conflict with other people's use of the space.
At least then when people say, well, where can I go? There is an answer. It's not, I don't know where you can go, but you have to leave. That's not the humane answer. So Councilor Gill, does this feel like it's getting at what you were saying, or am I totally in the wrong direction?
Maybe. I'm just thinking.
Okay, so come back to you.
Yeah, I was thinking more of like a policy.
I'll jump in a little bit here. I do think you have authorities to put additional public nuisance ordinances on the books. I think what we have heard is that there is structures of accountability that don't make those very meaningful to change behavior.
Right. Yeah.
And so I'm not sure that that is the most productive way to focus. Whereas, something like Jim's suggestion is tailored towards behavior.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful.
There's this concept in sort of landscaping and urban design, I think about desire paths, where the idea is, if people all walk across a quad to get from point A to point B, that eventually they wear a path in the grass. And that's where you want to build your path and not try to create paths that don't reflect what people want in some ways. Councilor Rampano?
I like the path in the grass thing. In the grass. We'll get back to the picnic table idea is, fine. It's fine.
Councilor Cohn?
Yeah, I support this idea, but I think also we should ask public what they think about the places we suggest or decide to tell people, oh, you can go here. Because we hear a couple of the people, right? Oh, these are like next to my home, next to my neighborhood. So they might experience different things than people really far away from that specific place. So I support the idea, but I also want to get some input from public before making an emotional decision. When we tell people you can go and use picnic tables there.
Sure, and I'd suggest that having a list of proposed ideas before going to the public makes sense, rather than opening up to the public in general saying, what are we going to do? Councillor Gill, and then I've got a question for you, Manager Curry.
Yeah, I think, you know, Montpelier has a strong case of NIMBYism and everything is not in my backyard.
You don't say.
Yeah, I do. So everything is not in my backyard. So I think we live in a very small town. There's not a lot of places. So anywhere we choose, there's going to probably be some type of conflict. It is a fact. And so I think it is, once again, I think it is so, I'm still going to come back to the idea of education and really thinking, and maybe it's the partnership with the school district. And I think the police department, I feel like this has happened in the past. Maybe I'm making this up because I felt like it should be there, but like with the police, you know, the school district, I feel like there a partnership between am I making this up?
I wouldn't say, I mean, you do have in your strategic, in your city plan, under the homelessness section and community services, and also pulled from the Parker Advisors report recommendation, was an education, you know, a public facing education plan.
Yeah.
So that's why it's on here.
Maybe that's where I read it.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking about it.
I think that that is probably what
I keep thinking that it's, because there was a proposal for our students.
And again, I think the goal of that, you know, again, early days here, skimming lots of things quickly for this meeting, is, you know, to sort of generate, I think, a externally compassionate response towards coexisting in a community together, is what the goals of that campaign.
Yep.
So, Councilor Brown.
Back to the picnic tables. I don't think that, what I said earlier, I don't think that the city council needs to come up with a specific plan about where picnic tables will go and have a public hearing and all that. I think that city staff, I know that city staff could right now decide to put a picnic table somewhere. It wouldn't need to come before city council. But so I think that I would like the message to be coming from council to staff that we think this is a good way to go potentially, and we'd really like you to look at that and then do it if you can.
I think we can investigate that. I would probably want to go to the homelessness committee and just say, do these sites make sense to you?
That's a great idea.
Or does this criteria for citing these things make sense to you all?
Councilor Cohen?
So what will happen during the cold?
With the picnic table?
Yeah, so is it a specific seasonal action during winter? It's just asking.
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
need to consider.
Yeah.
I think
I don't know what happens to our city picnic tables.
we have park benches all over the city. They exist in warm weather and in cold weather, and whether people
They
use
get put
them
away
or
in the
not.
winter. A lot can get put away in the winter.
It's not one of my own.
I'm saying it will be a seasonal solution for people we are trying to help, or it will be a year round, just a question to consider when we look into the idea. That's all.
So I am hearing broad support. I don't think we need a motion and a vote, but I'm hearing broad support for staff to figure out some good potential locations, and I'm hearing some support for staff to just do it. But yes, Councilor Alfano.
I don't know when you're done.
Okay. So one question for you, Manager Curry, is what we don't want is to wind up at the end of the night, I think, personal opinion, with, hey staff, here's 15 more projects for you to work on, right, on top of everything else that you're doing. So I think it's also important that if you see something that is going to eat up massive amounts of staff time for little benefit, I would invite you to speak up about that.
Thank you.
Councilor Alfano.
Just looking at some of the things we heard tonight and thinking back to the May 8, 9, 10 use of the city shelter, Beth Ann Meyer talked about thinking about the city shelter as a cooling space. Summertime's coming up, we're going to have some really hot nights. And while you're thinking about MOUs for cold, I think it just makes sense
I was thinking
to
along
get
those
ready
lines.
for cooling
Yeah.
because it's going to happen.
Great.
And ideally, we could come up with some system that we can expedite approval somehow. And looking at a couple of other paths in the grass. I don't know, again, this is, I think, is a regional thing, but several of the providers mentioned a mobile health unit of some kind. Sometimes it was just mobile health, sometimes it was mobile substance abuse care. And Brenda Siegel mentioned that she has a pilot ready to go. Now, I don't think it's something the city does on its own, but it sounds like there's a need, and it sounds like Brenda's done a lot of legwork. And if we pool our resources, we also have legislation, House 938. We don't know how it's going to turn out. It's actually, in many ways, it will make the situation more difficult for us, but there will be some money. Less money than the state is spending now. It's a money-saving bill, but the money is going to come to municipalities. And so maybe we pay attention to that and work it into, but that was a need that was identified by multiple providers that we might be able to contribute funding for. So
I will need to learn a lot more about that.
yeah, as will I. Yeah,
It does seem like further conversations with
worth pursuing, I think.
and homelessness provided, that does make sense.
I would look to see if that's like, as with all of these, where the alignment is from the whole board.
All right, so
Oh,
do
yeah.
you have something about that?
No, let's go.
All right, just hold on to that. Councilor Brown, do you agree that that's a good use of Kelly's time?
I'm just kind of looking at all these. I think that's, yeah, I mean, I think it would be great if we could be part of that, but that's one of those, I think it fits into the convening section more than others, so that we may be working with partners to, find grant funding or, to figure out what, and then to get into more specifics about what it is that the city actually can do to support that. So I'd like us to do whatever we can to support it. I'm not 100% sure what that would look like for the city, but if we could be part of making it happen.
I think, whether it's End Homelessness Vermont or it's Washington County Mental Health or it's Good Samaritan, all of them had some form of this type of intervention that doesn't make that, or perhaps lessens the burden on police and fire to be the first line of response. And if we can be part of sort of enabling them to do more, it does take some of the burden off of us, so we can support those efforts. Councilor Cohn, you had a new thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, are you generally in support of this idea? Continue these types of conversations? Yeah. Councilor Sheridan, checking in with you.
What was the idea?
Basically, the question is whether or not to continue having convening and partnership conversations with End Homelessness Vermont or Washington County Mental Health or Good Samaritan about their sort of mobile response units. I don't remember what they were called.
Oh, I was very encouraged by some of the people that spoke, like Brenda Siegel and what she's doing. I think, why would we not want to work closely with a bunch of these people?
Right.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
You got it. Great. Thanks. Councilor Gill.
One other, it has under our little chart here, long-term possibilities, but I think it's something I would like to talk about. It says dedicate housing trust dollars, and we had a lot of speakers tonight, but someone talked about security deposit support. And when we're thinking about housing and getting into housing, even if it's I don't know, once again, I don't know if we can get $500 rents in Montpelier, that would be nice, but just when you go rent a house, you usually have the first and last month rent. So that's, first, last month rent plus, that's like $1,500. That's a lot of money. So, is there an opportunity to use some of our housing trust dollars? I can't remember what we budgeted this year, but having some set aside 100,000, like have some type of process to support folks that, you know, meet a certain criteria to help them with security deposits that would encourage them to then, you know, make it easier to get into housing. I mean, that's a huge barrier, and I think we have that set aside to help.
What committee owns that? Is that the housing committee? Is that something that we can direct the housing committee to investigate? Yes, Councilor Brown?
There are very specific and clear and detailed guidelines for the use of that money. So there may be some variation on that.
Yeah.
I think would be worth talking about, and I can take that back to the housing.
Okay.
Okay, great. I think that's settled. Councilor Brown.
No, I sort of have that on my work plan list to bring back to you all, also kind of at a similar time as how you want to talk about the designation of the local options tax, so that you're kind of thinking about both of your funds together in a more holistic way and over the summer. Okay.
Just to, Mr. Whitaker, would you mind just shutting the door while you guys are talking? It's drifting in here, and then Ms. Siegel and Mr. Voorhees, it's getting a little distracting. Thank you. Not asking you to stop, but just shut the door if you would, please. Where were we next? Okay, I mean, this is a lot. I think we're on a tear. This is, I do think that I think we should ask the question, even if the answer is no, not now, or the question of allowing an encampment somewhere has been raised multiple times. I have a sense of where how the room feels about it, but I think we can't not talk about that. And silence fell over the room. What I heard most, both from our attorneys and from several members of the public, was that it would be ill-advised to jump into something like that without understanding a little bit more of what would be required. Councilor Cohn?
So we mentioned about having conversation with partners. Maybe it will be one of the things, because I think our attorney also said, like, go and talk to service providers, then have some idea. So maybe those two things can be done at the same time.
And it also wraps into Councilor Sheridan's idea about, I think his self-described crazy idea was, you know, for $1 granting 5 acres to a potential partner that they could use to allow camping, and it wouldn't be city property anymore. That would take care of some liability issue. I don't know. I don't pretend to know these things, right? Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I do want to talk more about it. And our meeting with the attorney today, I came away from that with more questions than I had going in. But I think that was helpful, because I'm starting to, make a list of things that I really want to know about. So I would like us to really pursue that kind of aggressively, whether it's just make the space available like we do with City Hall basement, or very interesting idea to sell some land or give some land to somebody else, and then they just do what they do.
Manager Curry.
I think just my initial reaction to that is to think through that a little more, because I think if you own the land, you can create strong MOUs around expectations for what happens, where you give that up if you sell the property. So, I think the council needs to address like the threshold issue of whether, you're saying like this is very palpable to you and you want to pursue it, figuring out if your fellow board members agree with you on that.
It is also true that if many people being in a space is going to generate more service calls, it won't matter if the city owns that land or if somebody else owns that land. The service calls will still be there. It'll still be in our borders, and it'll still fall on police and fire and EMS. Councilor
Just a
Cohn?
very short question, just to understand. So when a city owns a land, isn't it also like public owns it? So if we are selling like a $1 to someone, do we have some kind of public vote, like on the ballot? No, we can just sell it. I know we are planning to do with the country club road, but it is different, right? There are other things. Just a question.
I don't know the
Yeah,
answer
we
to
don't
that,
have
but
to
it
answer it
is-
right now, but like,
yeah.
I'm just like thinking, okay, we are giving a land for $1 and trying to do all these things. So what will public say about, or do they have a say? And
I would maybe like really hold back a little bit and
Okay.
again, just sort of focus on that threshold issue because there are things that would have to get worked out. Like we have a zoning requirement that if you have more than 3 tents for more than a week, it's a campground and they have to go through zoning for that use. So there's a lot to think through, I think, in that conversation.
Thanks.
Yeah, that I'm happy to, put thought and energy to, but we should just zoom out on the big picture.
So
question.
my brain works after 10:30 p.m.
Oh my,
So
here we go.
if you don't stop the discussion, I will ask more questions, like unlike Adrian's brain.
You should just tag team.
10:30, that's what they all know. I hit the wall at 10:30.
One of the other things that came up in the Parker report was a housing master plan. Now, I understand that, I mean, I think the planning department is the likely place for that, but that's a lot of work and that's a lot of hours. Do you, Manager Curry, have a sense of what that would entail?
It would entail a lot. I would say that given your strategic plan focus on housing, I think that that's something that has to happen regardless of whether it's, and, what a master plan would do would think about the types of housing you would have at all income levels, right? And so something like, the strategies that you're talking about with first and last month, like you figure out how do you provide housing to people at lower income levels or no income levels or a whole continuum of housing as part of a housing master plan. So I do think it's something that is already directed by the city plan for staff to be pursuing. Now, we have not started to build that out in terms of our work planning around a component like that. It's a very big deal. It requires a lot of touch points with council. I do think it's critical. I think that is what's going to inform your overall housing vision for the community. So yes, check, but that is a long-term thing, and incorporating this notion of how a full continuum of housing works healthily, I think is a really important part of that conversation because, homelessness, when you have stuck points along the entire continuum, the whole thing isn't functioning properly. And we're seeing that in a number of different ways in our housing market right now, not just related to,
So
but yes, it's a long-winded way of like, yes, we have to work on the housing master plan. We haven't, I haven't really been here long enough to figure out like where this is at with community development, how that has worked into their work plan. But I do think it's a critical point of work for a number of reasons, not just homelessness, but your broader strategic goals.
do we have a sense of what a timeline for such a project would be?
Not right now.
Okay. Councilor Alfano.
It reminds me that just before, maybe just after the flood, we, the council, directed staff to create a rental registry. It was in connection with short-term rental ordinance that we didn't pass, but we decided on the registry. And it occurs to me that that would be a part of this housing needs study, as would a revisitation of the short-term rental ordinance, which was designed to produce a sort of housing first situation. I mean, it would instantly have produced, I don't know what the estimate was, 40 units. I believe the holdup at the time was a lawsuit against Burlington on grandfathering in versus immediate start. I believe that's all been resolved. And it might be something that we should revisit, given the urgent need for housing.
It seems like that what the point you're bringing in is included in a broader housing master plan. Am I understanding correctly, or is this something separate?
Well, we need the broader housing plan, but the rental registry is something we asked for 2 years ago or more. So it, you know, we already approved that. It'd be nice maybe to get that.
Kick the dust off of that.
Kick the dust off of that and
I might request we like put that in the more of the housing committee, the housing economic space, which if rightfully we are not, we are not tackling tonight, even though that was the critical foundational component to the main plan.
just adding some history and context.
I feel like we've.
So why don't I, yeah, and then I'll report on what I have.
I told them so after 10:30 p.m. So we heard like pressuring state a little bit more in a couple of the comments. So I really wanna go back and just like do some study or I don't know conversation, because this issue cannot be solved, or we cannot find a solution without state support. So we talk about like talking to partners. I think we should start talking about state agencies too, like how they can help, because in this like VLCT board like thing, they also explain it, right? So maybe we can get help from them. Maybe they are already doing something about that relationship with state and like kind of advocating for our needs and how can they help us. So somewhere on the list, maybe we can add that to like starting conversation with the state and just make sure that they need to support us. We shouldn't be left alone. Thanks.
I think we would also get broad support from other municipalities and, in partnership in that way.
I think we did try that. Remember during our, I don't know if you remember during our high school, we had the high school thing. Remember who was there? Anyway,
Yeah.
we had our big high school thing. Lots of people came. And then as a result of that, we talked about, we had, oh my gosh, this is like dusting my brain off, but I think Bill Frazier went and worked with all the municipalities. They did a joint letter. They did this big thing. They went to the state, and the state's like, we're not helping you guys do anything. So, and then they came and they're like, yeah, we're not doing anything. Like they literally came to us and they're like, we have no resources. We have no support. The government, I mean, I think we had Chris Winters was here and he was just so deflated. He's like, there's really not much we can do. I mean, I don't know if we want to spend our time and energy. I mean, maybe things have changed, but I just think we've gone down that road and we've been told no. So do you want to open the door again? I don't know.
Yeah.
If there's a different.
From my perspective,
Yeah.
It is not 100% no. It is just not that it is not the right time for now. So I always, like whatever I do, even teaching my kids, we have to keep trying. We can, the state said no to us. Okay, let's try to do, no, they need to be responsible of this action. They cannot leave municipalities alone. Try to help all these vulnerable people at the same time our residents. So if they said no, they need to listen to us again, and maybe they will say maybe this time. So I think we should keep still. But again, it is my personal opinion. I'm not saying, let's do it. But I really, really believe that we should keep talking to the state agencies, not only all the names and institutions we mentioned here. It is very important to make them understand we need their help. Like they come up with the situational table thing. They might come up with other things too to help local governments and municipalities.
So if I could summarize, I feel like that you you have a particular interest and passion in this. VLCT has done some work. There's partnership there. It's fresh enough that we don't necessarily want to sink all of our collective energy on this one thing. But I do think there's an opportunity, if you wanted to provide that leadership, start looking at what those things were, and then come back to us with ways that we can support that effort. That seems like a good use of
I'm
your
happy,
time and ours.
I'm happy to work with Kelly. If she has time, more time.
I look at this as falling into that bucket of the state coordination that.
Perfect, okay. Yeah. I'm happy to do that.
I'm going to throw out a crazy idea that we have made some good decisions here. We have given some good direction, and we have heard a lot. We have said a lot, and we have done some things, and it is getting late. And we're probably past the point of our best ideas and best work at this time. Except for Councilor Cohen. But unless you can carry the rest of us the rest of the way,
You and me, right? Late night.
Are there any other of these ideas we feel like we really need to tackle tonight, or can we continue this conversation in a longer pace using this first batch of things as Councilor Cohen?
Can we just have some kind of deadline for the city staff? I think it will help them to plan. Like, when do we want to discuss this again? Like in a month, in 2 months? Like what, or you can tell us.
Yeah, I mean,
this is our deadline. We will bring this, because
I feel like the urgency is now.
Yes.
So that's how I'm interpreting, and I'll just, if I can summarize what I think I've
Please,
heard.
that would be terrific.
I make sure I don't miss, but what I'm hearing in the short term is work with Capstone to open the downstairs room for shelter May 8th, 9th, and 10th. Assess the feasibility of additional use of that space for potential other shelter opportunities, and come back to you all with those considerations in the near future. Investigate locations for picnic tables. I'm probably doing that in concert with the homelessness committee's input as well. And then longer term, seek partnership around mobile health units. And some interest in a CRO position, if that is something that could be from a partnership or, additional funding. Partnering with more state agencies and Homelessness Vermont. And I think that's what I heard the focus around. Have I missed anything?
That feels like a pretty complete list to me. Thank you for that.
Hey.
Do we put in I know we talked about the housing master plan and the rental. Is that part of like the long-term?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Do we say that?
We can say that in this space, but yes, those things I sort of have in my housing.
Okay.
As opposed to the homelessness bucket, which I know are totally.
Okay. I'm just looking at your little charts on my.
That sounds
and
great.
we pretty much went through almost all these.
Almost
all of them.
Councilor Brown.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you say anything about looking at the possibility of designated camping areas?
I don't feel like your counselor's chimed in on that. So I do think you should inspire that conversation.
Yeah, no, let's do that. Because that seems to be one of the main things that brought us here tonight, was it's camping. So Councilor Brown, do you want to start out? What thoughts do you have about this?
I have a lot of questions that I would ask an attorney if I had a chance to sit down and get some advice from an attorney. And I'd love to have the opportunity to do that, to really, because I don't feel like we got anything remotely close to information that would help us to evaluate this any further so far. So I would like to at least have one more chance at that.
That's something I can try to schedule over Zoom.
Yeah.
Well. All right, I'll send out a survey to figure out a time for an hour to have that conversation.
And in the meantime, our camping policy remains the same, which is that,
Can I go back?
yeah, go
actually?
back.
I just want to actually make sure before we do that, that there will be a majority of people who will want to go into exec to hear that
Sure.
conversation, because I don't want to arrange all of you to come together and then not, not have support of the board to actually do that in executive session.
Councillor Cohn? Does holding a meeting to hear from the attorney in executive session sound like something that is appealing to you?
Whenever one of the city councilors suggests something, I 100% support it.
Okay.
That's my perspective.
Okay, Councillor Alfano? Yes. Councillor Gill? Councillor Sheridan, you have your hand up? You're muted, sir.
I got a better idea. Let's do what I did with the previous Kelly. Kelly sat down with a lawyer in her office alone, where there is no public meeting and all the questions can be asked and the lawyer can answer them to their heart's content, and then Kelly can bring us the information. You make it look like I'm a bad guy because I don't want to go into executive sessions. And I have a lot of people that thank me for trying to keep this city transparent when the rest of you really aren't. And so if we have Kelly go in and talk to the lawyer herself, we don't have to have any meeting about that. And the lawyer can speak their mind out without worrying about an executive session. You can all give your questions to Kelly and let her do it. That's what the other Kelly did when I asked her to look in, if we designated land, what services do we provide? She did it on her own. And you didn't need this circus of needing another executive session.
So thank you for your perspective, Jim. I would like to just add my own, which is having Kelly do it out in a private meeting with an attorney and then get back to us is not any more transparent than going more or less transparent than having us hear directly from an attorney in executive session. Executive session exists for a reason. We are not making you look like a bad guy. We are expressing our desire to hear directly from an attorney on matters that the attorney is not willing to give us advice outside of executive session. Doing it through an intermediary is not more transparent than us hearing directly from an attorney. And no one is trying to, I can't speak for everyone else. I am not trying to make you look like a bad guy by saying that I think it would be advantageous for us to hear directly from an attorney. We just see it differently, but there really is no us and them. There's only us, and we just don't always disagree about it. We just don't always agree about everything. That's just my opinion about it. But
It would not, Mark, it would not make the council look like they were trying to hide something if Kelly talked to them and then brought it to us.
I see it differently. I see that as using an intermediary to gather the information for us, which one is less clear because it's going through an intermediary and it's not direct, but also the council is not trying to be less inclusive or to be not transparent. So doing something to avoid the appearance of trying to be not transparent is just as disingenuous or more so than saying
No, it isn't. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, well, we don't have to agree. I still respect your opinion, but it does sound to me like among the councilors that are present, we would have enough support to go into a special executive session to hear.
That's what
from
you
an attorney.
that's what you always do.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Is there any other discussion around this topic? Okay, so it sounds like you can go ahead and schedule that, and you'll know you'll have the support of enough counselors to do it.
Thank you.
Is there, so back to camping, which is the main thing that brought us here. Our, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. You got something for me?
Well, I think just what I'm reacting to a little bit is the need to know more information to
All right, that
determine
is
if
where we were.
you're going to sort of, how you're going to answer that threshold question of, is this something we want to consider on city land? And so,
And
I'm happy, I'll be continuing to think through this, given whatever direction you all take, but it seems premature for me to start developing something without you answering that threshold question first.
can we do this with some level of urgency as the weather is warmer and the situation is going to develop? Okay. Great. Thank you. Is there anything else from anyone on council before we move towards adjournment? Okay. There was other business. Is that that's the second general business? Okay. We're going to go to other business. This is an opportunity for anyone in the public to speak on any topic that they wish. Does anyone in the room or on Zoom wish to speak? Please come up to the table and speak into the microphones for the benefit of folks on Zoom. Thank you.
I didn't finish a couple of coffee sometimes, some speaking today, so I'll get to the point. I was just wondering if the minute notes were available to the public, because I moved to Vermont in 2001. I was a social work major at Camp Plain, and I started working at Cotts Family Shelter as an intern, and then as substitute respite staff and overnight staff. There are 2 different locations for family shelters in Burlington. And in 2004 in Montpelier, I started a study project on the Hill with Union Institute and University, and it was about homelessness. And so that's going back a long time. I'm 42 now. And I'm in the neighborhood. My son and his dad live down the street. And I've had to deal with the housing crisis myself, and have been through different programs. And so I see a lot on the ground level, but I also entered Vermont sort of through the workforce and from an educational perspective. If I can help answer any questions, I guess, that would give people, like, it's not like I anticipated having to struggle with housing issues myself. I intended to be more in a role that could actually help people, but it just seems like a stifle people's hands being tied, and I don't know who actually makes the decisions. Like it feels like a riddle every year, and I just think that there's 6 degrees of separation in Vermont. I've met a lot of different people, and you just be surprised, like the people that there are people who, and I've been there myself. I moved here at a young age of being 21 and on my own, and having worked at shelters, sort of self-medicating in the way of being legal, and you don't know how that will affect you, and sort of when it feels like something that's never going to be fixed or that people don't care. It's just nice to for those who are struggling with the housing crisis year after year and been through different programs, that they see that people understand that there's like, it could be your sister, your brother. If you don't have a sister or brother, the homeless person, like they might fit certain roles in the community where they're really helpful and they're not such a nuisance, I guess. So I just don't, I want to make sure like that the approach is sort of destigmatize it a little bit, and a lot of times you just don't know who's homeless and who's not. Like there's hippies with trust funds, and like there's like you never know, and also like there's a community there. So in Burlington, it was like a lot of people bust and I told I'll work on Bank Street, but when there wasn't enough money to pay for what we were trying to do on the street level or get people to help or know who to talk to really, it was like drinking was the only alternative or, you know, and I didn't know until I had to go to places like Native Leaf and treatment centers, how that affected me and contributed to my housing crisis, like managing as a grown adult, but also being welcomed back in the homes that I grew up around. Because I grew up in neighborhoods, I know the sense of going to these neighbors and make sure that everyone's respectful. I know the feeling of being terrified of homeless people in a sense because the stigma is so bad, but then when you actually talk to them, it's like it kind of breaks your heart because like they're like so nice and I don't know. And it could be a nice event for the whole community. Like why not tourism that instead of like stepping over homeless people, like that sees a community like that really cares and incorporates homeless people like us.
Thank you for that. One of the things that I've been working on today that I'm going to do, because it doesn't require an active council, although I would invite anyone and everyone to join me, is I'm going to work with the food pantry, Just Basics down here, and Another Way, and we'll hold a monthly pancake breakfast to invite housed and unhoused people to come together and just get to know each other a little bit, because I've found that those relationships that you have when you then do see people outside of those situations can really help. But
Yeah.
thank you very much for your, it is, for sure.
Before people lose their housing, a lot of people can feel homeless and have an apartment or have a mansion, and they need to reach out to, might be the homeless people on the street that you're a month.
That's right. And the key to being a good neighbor is to first meet your neighbors, right?
Yeah,
It's very hard to stigmatize people from up close. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. Mr. Whitaker, did you want to say something? And then we'll go to Ms. Little.
A couple things. You can't solve the economic development and the fear that the merchants have without addressing. What I didn't hear any discussion about was the public restrooms, because even if we get to the camping solution, you can't effectively do the camping solution without the hygiene. That's used as the pretext to move people from place to place. Is somebody's got to pee or crap somewhere, and that's what ends up happening. As far as executive sessions, there's a public trust issue. Jim articulates it well. The people don't trust that you're doing only what you're supposed to be doing behind executive session. And the fact that all of y'all are elected or city staff, you have qualified immunity. And so you're not looking out for us because you already got immunity. It's us that are going to pay the bill when you screw up and people sue and cost the city, and insurance doesn't cover it. And so the fact that you have immunity is a reason why you should really think about not doing executive session. Kelly can relay the right questions and bring it back to an open session before the council, so the public's involved as you learn it and can form their own questions. So the trust issue has gone on decades of the Fraser years, and it's still here. So there's merit to not relying on that. So I've made the point about First Amendment. I think y'all need to make a decision. The inclusiveness that the woman was just speaking about, the hope that so many people are lacking, which drives their drinking, you could make a big difference by making a firm forward motion towards allowing people to camp or recognizing people already have a right to camp and on public lands, and then make affirmative motion towards designating a management authority like a nonprofit to actually coordinate that. Same with the hygiene. So that restoral, those affirmative actions that you will make known to the public is going to do a lot to help people see that there's hope, and there's progress. So I would encourage you to think on those things. There's a couple of papers Kelly to get up to
You
speed.
could, you can leave them there on the table. We'll pick them up, but Steve, please, that's rude.
Okay, let's set them, I'll hand them to him.
Hand them to me very
It's like,
politely.
don't tell me not
That's
to.
what I do with my kids. I hand them nicely. Thank you.
They got dropped because you tried to tell me don't, you know?
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Ms. Little.
Okay, 2 points. The first one a little bit longer, and I apologize if I get into inappropriate territory here, but as an intermediate step, while we are contemplating the question of an approved campsite, an intermediate step, and one which I thought was my original take on the camping policy, was that we look in the other direction. We don't say it's okay, you can camp here, but we look in the other direction if people are in areas that are not deemed sensitive. And I'm fully aware that recently many of the people who have been exited from camps have been camped in places that were absolutely not appropriate, were not working out, that had an impact on their neighbors. So I don't mean that. I'm just saying that people who are camped in places where people do not have to walk directly by them, is it still our policy, and could this be an intermediate thing that we just don't say, hey, you can do this, but we don't move everyone out? Because it seemed to me that over the course of the last few years, the sensitive area zone has been creeping to be larger and larger, and that there are areas that were not initially considered sensitive that became sensitive, and we never understood why. Some of them make sense, some of them don't. And I don't know whether the policy is now to remove anyone who's within sight, or whether they are merely being removed because of issues with the neighbors. But I know people used to be under bridges. I know the Elks Club, I don't know why that or how that became sensitive, but I'm hoping that at the very least, not moving people every day, unless they are, as many obviously are, in someone's backyard or in places where people have to have direct contact with them. Anyway, my other fast point, when you talk about getting to know your neighbors, one thing to remember is that most of us have a door that people knock on, and if we don't want to talk to them, we don't open the door. And these people don't have that at all. And I just want people to remember that we all have bad days. And in general, we all have bad days. We all sometimes don't react in the best way, but most of us get to do this in our own home, in our own living room. And these people don't have anywhere to have a bad day or a domestic dispute or anything. They're doing it in the only place they can, which is outside. So that's it. I guess that's kind of a question about the creeping sensitive area thing and about the policy. And I guess that those questions are better addressed in a different forum, but I just mentioned it as, kind of what are we going to do while we make a decision about the camping thing.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
I think we can probably provide more detail to you offline in email if you have specific questions, but the policy, someone correct me if I'm wrong, camping on city property overnight is currently not allowed by ordinance. However, the city of Montpelier, you're out of order, Mr. Whitaker. You are out of order, Mr. Whitaker.
It's not an ordinance.
You are out of order. You are not recognized. Please do not interrupt again. Thank you. The city of Montpelier and the staff take a general non-involvement approach to any found emergency sleeping campsites, with the exception of what are designated as high sensitivity areas. And those can evolve because an area can be designated high sensitivity if there is a lot of disruption or activity in that area. Am I getting this right, Manager Perry?
Reading directly from the policy, it's in relation to degraded public safety, public health, environmental protection, or critical infrastructure, or has the potential to create significant obstruction to residences, businesses, emergency routes, and rights of way, which does not cover everywhere in the city. I do think we have camps that have not triggered this policy. But many have, I think the concern under bridges is, some of these tents are on ledges or very close to the water. Public health issues emerge because of lack of hygiene facilities, or are in parks and are not discreet and do take over the function of the park. And it's difficult. I mean, I recognize that people are being asked to move with nowhere to go, and it's happening repeatedly each week, and sometimes to the same people over and over again. But that is how the policy is being implemented currently. There's also, there's also a portion of the policy where if the behaviors even if the location is fine and it's not obstructing or it's not, causing any public health factors, if the behaviors get out of control at a location, then it can trigger the need to designate that as a high sensitivity area, as well.
And just to be clear, it's not the intention of council or of staff or public safety to in any way criminalize camping, criminalize homelessness, or to seek out reasons to make people's lives harder. That is absolutely not our position. People's lives are hard, and we're sympathetic to that. And at the same time, there are rules and policies that govern how we have to respond to public calls.
I wish that we could respond by removing people who are actually causing trouble, but I realize that that's really difficult to determine at times. But often it's a very few people who cause trouble for everyone. But thank you.
Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you, Ms. Little. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on Zoom? Okay. Is there any other business from council, from staff? Okay, then at this time, it is 11:12 on Wednesday, April 29th. This special meeting of Montpelier City Council is adjourned.